Dun, dun. Starting the YouTube stream. Now we are super somebody. All right, I got us a little bit of a tune to play, and we'll see you all back here in a few moments.
All aboard!
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, it is the night train. My name is Bits. Welcome to the show. You heard the conductor. It's time to climb on board. Find yourself a comfy place to be. The train is about to leave the station. As always, don't worry about grabbing tickets because the ride is 100% on us, and we thank you for joining us tonight. Tonight, we're going to have a great show. Our guest of honor is listening with us right now. Dehiscence will be our guest of honor speaking with us tonight. It's going to be a really good one. And down there, as always, I got my main man, Mr. One Wheel Willie. How you doing, Willie? And Willie's not there. He just said, screw it, I'm out of here.
Oh, see, then that time I was muted.
Oh, and you probably said some of the best things of your life there, didn't you?
No, I just said, what's up?
Okay, right. What's up?
Because I don't have a fancy intro for myself.
Well, oh, shit.
But that's all right.
Oh, my gosh, man. I totally intended that.
I need like a catchphrase, like an 80s sitcom star.
Right? Yeah, you do. We should go over that. Maybe by the end of the night tonight, we can come up with something for it. I forgot. I did. I was on that. I was like, yeah, man, we got to get Willie a big intro. It's going to be extravagant. It's going to take up 15 minutes of the show. It'll be so amazing.
Oh, no, I just need like a simple catchphrase.
No, I think we need more than that. No.
Like, don't scrape your face, or I don't know. We'll work on it.
What the fuck does that mean? Oh, can we say fuck?
I have no idea.
Oh, I love you, buddy. In my happy place, here we are. I love this, man. I tell you, I've said it a million times over and over again, but starting this show just means everything in the world to me. I can just let everything melt away. Literally today, because we're in the 90s here. For our American friends, for the Canadians, I think we were at 36 today, 36 Celsius. So literally melting away. Everything melts away when I have this space. It's a safe space. Well, sometimes, unless you're a shitty person, then it's not a safe space. Ha ha ha. Opening track tonight was Beats by Jay Byrne beat, I guess we'll say it, song called Eternal. It's from his Beats by Jay Byrne mint contract. Really love that. That's some of the pieces that he creates. I mean, any piece that he creates, he allows anybody to use. For the opening of the shows and stuff like that. But his Beats by Jay Byrne, 100%, you can use them 100% in anything that you create. And that's one that I picked up a couple weeks ago that I really, really like, man. He just comes up with some amazing stuff that just hits me. So I love that one. I pinned it up to the top if anybody's interested in it. Not a lot of people jumped on it when it was available. So it's very, very limited, and I'm certainly not going to give away mine. Not mine. Not mine. Not mine. What's been going on, Willie? How you been this last week, man? Haven't really talked to you.
Just trying to get the kids back to school, man. So
shit, they going back to school now?
Trying to get them back on schedule means that I got to get back on a schedule, which means I'm tired. I'm not used to waking up before 8 o'clock, So.
Okay, well, on behalf of the rest of us that get up early, fuck you.
The life of an artist or whatnot.
I don't know. Jay Byrne's an artist, and I know that boy. He's up
grinding, man.
Man, 6 a.m. East Coast time. That man's up there doing it. I fucking look at his posts and everything that he puts up first thing in the morning. And I'm like, geez, dude, let me have a coffee first.
He just proves that people are just built differently. Mm-hmm. Like I just wasn't built to wake up. I don't know. Some people were.
I guess though, I'm up at 6 a.m. my time, right? So I mean, it may not be 6 a.m. East Coast, but it's 6 a.m. here Mountain Standard Time.
Yeah, but Jay Byrne's on the East Coast.
That's right. So there you go.
Yeah.
So it's all relative. It's all relative. And I mean, he's in bed early too. Like he might pop in here for a little bit tonight, but Jay Byrne be going to bed early. We always appreciate the East Coast folk that hang out with us here on the night train, because I mean it's 9 p.m. It's already late for y'all out there, unless you're that kind of folk. Some folks don't even get fired up until 9 p.m. right? I did last night. It was so hot yesterday, man. I was just dying. I was like recouping from the weekend, and I thought, yeah, I'll get lots done at home. I came home early from the cabin, and I was like, yeah, I'll get lots done. But it was so hot. It was so damn hot. I was outside for about an hour and a half replacing some screens on the house, on the windows, and I went and had 2 pints of beer at lunch, and then that was it. I was wrecked, and I was out cold for 3 hours. Like it finished me.
Maybe that's what did it to me today. It was 2 pints of beer at lunch.
There you go.
Every time. I can't just have a couple beers and then, still be awake.
It's the bedtime. Pints of beer, the bedtime beer. Take 2. That's what you're going to start giving to the kids when they're not going to sleep. All right, here, look. Here, drink both of these. No, chug them. Let Dad show you how to do it.
Yeah, chug them.
Right? Absolutely. Got to chug them. Got a good crowd in here. Who just left? Who the hell just left? Who dare left the show? I just saw that.
Somebody who's going to miss out.
Oh, they're going to miss out. That's all right. Got some good folks in here. Got Paul, who is a ghost, in here. Thank you very much, my man, for popping in with us. Fendo de la Creme. Thank you. We got Block Chung in there. Meat Block. Actually, it's been changed to now. I'm not sure what's up with that, but I'm sure we could ask a little later on, maybe. And, of course, a couple non-identifiable listeners who are listening via the internet, not signed in. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Appreciate you. Going to be a great show tonight once we bring Dehiscence up there. And, I keep saying Dehiscence, and I'm probably going to come up here and go, you guys have been saying it wrong for months. But that's okay. That's why we're here. We're here to learn.
Dehiscence, man.
Dehiscence. All right. De-icing? I love eating de-icing of the cake.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah, that's right. That's all right. That's why we have these spaces. We learn. We learn so much. We learn about our artists. We learn how to say their names. We learn how we've been not saying their name right sometimes. It's okay. We're all human. It's no
Oh, I
big deal.
definitely always say it wrong.
Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. Jen just popped in there too. Thank you. Oh, it was Texadelic that disappeared and came back in. There he is. He's back. Thank God. I thought we were gonna have to sit here and wait for a really long time for Tex to come back, man. Jam.
Nah,
No. Yeah. So
he knows better.
I haven't done any shopping this last week. Like seriously, haven't done any shopping. I don't think I've bought a single dang thing this past week at all. I think I'm running low on Tez too. So it's a whole bunch of first world problems that I'm having over here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that same boat.
Running low on the Tez.
Yeah.
Running low on the Tez. Speaking of Tez Tones, they've got season 1, round 2 is fully into action right now. Let me find the post here and get it up to the top. I'll get it up to the top for them. They all of the pieces have been minted. All of the teams have completed their pieces, and they are minted. They've made a playlist on their YouTube channel, so you can go and check them all out. I pinned it up at the top there, so you can, with all the links in one of their tweets. Check them all out. Some amazing, amazing pieces, once again, this round that are just blowing me away. And then once you check them all out on YouTube and listen to your favorites and cruise through them, head on over to vote.teztones.com and do your voting. The finals are this weekend, or the what are they calling that party that they have on the weekend? I don't know. The voting. I'm not really sure what they call it. If they're calling it something, I'm looking here. Match day. They're calling it match day because it's, they're having a match. Dun, dun, dun. It's a battle to the death. No, it's not true. But yeah, so if anybody's interested in that, definitely check it out. Some amazing, amazing pieces in there. Once again, some really amazing teams that are built up of some really super talented people. And it's really awesome to watch it all unfold. And once again, I have no friggin' idea who's going to win because it's just like loaded with amazing folks in there.
80s sci-fi movies really promised us a lot more battles to the death being televised, and I just don't see them. I'm like, where are they? Where's my hoverboard, and where are my battles to the death? I want both of those things now.
All right now. Maybe talk to Elon.
We're well past the time.
Right?
Well, he wanted to get his own fight. That's a whole different other story.
I just tipped over my glass of wine. I don't know really how to take that.
He was at least promising a fight of the billionaires. We're not even going to get that.
What aren't Elon and friggin' what's his face there? Zuckerberg, aren't they billionaires?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, they're going to battle, aren't they? Aren't they battling still?
Well, no. That'll never happen, dude.
I don't know. We'll see. Seems like it's going to happen. Wow, I got a whole wasted glass of wine here. I don't even know if I should clean it up or just see if it just shorts everything out and we'll call it a night.
I'm
just kidding. I'm kidding. Hang on. Tell us a little something, Willie. I got to go grab a rag here and clean this up. It's all on you now. Yeah, here we go.
Great. I got nothing. Let's see. Don't leave me on the spot by myself. I have grass now. That's a thing. Like all of it. Been putting sprinklers in. It's all filled in. Let's see. What else is there?
Really? We're talking sprinklers again?
Well, I don't know what else to talk about right now.
I don't know.
Let's see. Haven't bought anything on Tez. I did get a drop from Wonder Mundo. So I always give a nice shout out for that. Paul, who is a ghost, is finishing up his first round of Paul, who is a ghost experimental drops, and was supposed to just give us a drop here soon, and then wants us to pass the torch on to other like-minded Tez folks who like Tez and Tez art. So if you're one of those and think you want the torch passed to you, I don't know, hit him up or hit up somebody who's in the Paul, who is a ghost experiment.
Damn. That's right. That Wonder Mundo, she drops some good stuff to her folks. She takes very good care of her collectors.
Yeah. She has been a lot real recently.
That's cool. I like that.
Not that she hasn't always, but she recently it's been like once a week.
That's cool. Which is also never necessary, right? I mean, we're collecting as it is, and to be handed something just because you collect is really amazing. It's a treat.
Yeah, a little bonus for things that you picked up in the past.
Wow. Wow. This glass of wine, just for lack of better terms, fucking exploded everywhere. Why couldn't it have been my water glass? Why did it have to be the wine glass? For crying out loud. My joint's okay, though. My joint's okay. So everybody, relax. My joint's okay. So don't worry about that. But, like, seriously, like this fucking, you'd think that I had, like, 4 gallons of wine in that glass.
Just everywhere. Huh? Did it
Oh,
like bounce or something?
Yeah,
Like,
well, the way
liquid
it hit.
doesn't bounce very much,
It,
but
so I have these hand blown, let's call them wine goblets. I'll call them because they're very thick, um, and they're durable. So when this went down, it went down bottom first. So it hit the ground basically like it was sitting straight up, and I guess that's the science. I guess that's the way it has to hit the ground for full ejection. Which is, what the really interesting thing is, I have my five glasses infinite object here by Chris Truman sitting on my desk, and somehow this wine missed it. It hit everything else within millimeters, or you guys don't use millimeters, within a 32nd of an inch.
centimeters.
It's fucking, I can't believe it. Like, it's fucking crazy what happened here.
So the wine missed the wine art. That's good.
Yeah.
You don't want the wine on the wine art. I learned that one time.
No, I don't want. No, absolutely not. And I know that I'm gonna be. Sorry, as I walk away from the microphone, I know I'm gonna be fucking finding wine. We should look on the ceiling. Nope, there's none on the ceiling. None on the ceiling. We're doing good. Doing good. Creatress, who, a past guest of ours, a friend of the show, we had on a couple weeks ago. She's got a. Right now, she's created a piece called Canoes. Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head. I was trying to find the tweet here. She lives in Maui. Fortunate for her, she is on the side of the island, which wasn't affected by the fire. But I guess really, when you're in a small community like that, it affects everybody. Let's not lie here. Let's not try to sugarcoat it at all. But she's created a piece, and as soon as I find it here, I'll post it up to the top. That she's donating all the proceeds to a school on the island that was burnt down. She's friends with one of the principals at the school, and so she's done a piece to help out there. And I guess I just caught a little bit of it today. I guess quite a few people are going to be undertaking and doing a little bit more of a drive to get some money flowing that way to help out those folks that are in such a terrible situation there. You live in a beautiful place like that, and I mean, hey, I guess shit happens there too, which is really super, super unfortunate. As a person, living in Canada, where forest fires are detrimental every year here, we're just very fortunate that 90% of our country is not inhabited. But
Yeah.
still, it does affect. I mean, it does. There's small communities that it just ravages, and we have that stuff all the time. And somewhere as beautiful as Maui, where people go there on vacation, and you think, oh, this is so amazing, but it happens there too, man. And when it happens quick. It blows me away that in a place where there's so much humidity, right? And I've been there walking through, some of the forests, and you look at how moist it is and how moist the foliage is in the ground. It really blows me away that a fire can get, ripped up and really. But I guess the winds were probably part of that process. But yeah, no, mind blowing.
Well, without knowing anything deeper than the headlines, news headlines and things like that, my guess is that it started in buildings and not in the forest, which is why it would have caught heat and been able to build heat so fast. And then once you do that, now you're able to suck the moisture out of any of that forest land or anything like that once you've built the heat up.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. Speaking of moisture, did I mention that I spilt 4 gallons of wine in my in my room here? I'm done now. Okay, it's in my immediate area, my desk. The mixing board is okay. My iPad's okay, but I kind of wish it had died. Then it would have just forced me to go buy a new one. But I won't say that. I won't really actually say that. But anyways. So yeah, we got lots of good stuff happening. Good stuff going on. I got my shit together. Really good at killing time there, Willie. You did great.
It just takes me a little bit to wake up.
Yeah, it's all right. And I mean, hey, to be thrown on the spot there, right? It's like, oh, what do you want me to talk about?
Yeah, I'm used to you doing all the intro talking.
Yeah, Bits is the one with the mouth here. But yeah, anyways, next week we will be here at 9 p.m. Eastern. As of now, at this moment in time, we don't have a guest, but I do feel very confident that we will. So,
are we going to finally do a format change and just start announcing like preseason baseball or like preseason football, NFL football, or like
what?
No, we're not doing that.
No.
Oh, I thought we talked about that. Oh, that must have just been in my head.
Okay, well, those 2 pints of beer obviously hit you pretty hard there, Willie. Preseason football. Oh, you're talking NFL. I was like, what are you talking about? It's NFL, right? NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, our season, we're right in the middle of our CFL season right now. Love that.
Well, that's because it's only 90 degrees.
Right? Fuck, it's stupid. Actually, a neighbor of mine, who moved here 2 years ago. He plays for our Calgary team here, and I just saw him today. And I said, so do you get a little bit of a break when the temperatures get up? He's like, no. He's like when we're out practicing, he's like, the coach gives us 2 plays to see. He sits us out for 2 plays instead of 1 play. And I'm like, well, how long does a play last? Like fucking 7 seconds? He's like, yeah, pretty much. And I'm like, ooh, I bet you feel refreshed after you sit there for that 7 extra seconds. He's like, yeah. But I guess, if you're playing a game and it's this hot, you don't have a choice, right?
Yeah, you got to be conditioned, man.
Yeah, got to be conditioned. God damn. Dude's a monster. I'm a little guy, and when I stand next to a monster like that guy, it's just like, I feel it. Well, okay, let's face it. I'm little to everybody, so everybody's a monster to me. We won't get into that now, though. That's personal feelings. I'll cry about it later. Cool. Yeah, man. Well, that's it. I'm other than throwing around wine, I got nothing else. I guess I'm going to crack open my water here because I don't have any more wine. So.
Did you just open a can of water?
Yeah, I did. It's fizzy water.
You don't? I was gonna say you don't have Tez, but you're just sitting around drinking liquid death all day.
Well, listen here, we drink nothing but the finest waters, Sometimes you can't afford Tez, you can't afford gasoline in your car, but you've got to have the finest waters, I'm big on the fizzy waters. I like fizzy water, and yesterday I just bought a dozen of them because I was just like, well, hey, let's splurge.
That's that Italian.
Yeah, I like it. It's, I don't know.
Lovely water.
Yeah, it really, I don't know what it is about it, but I really dig it. I drink a lot more of it. I find I'm a big water drinker, period, but I find with the fizzy waters, I'm really down with the fizzy water. It's funny when I go to Italy, actually, that's really funny because I'll go there to like a souvenir shop in Rome, right? And I'll grab 2 fizzy waters. And almost every damn time they'll be like, oh, no, this is fizzy. And they'll be like taking my water bottles away and go. And I'm like, no, that's what I want. But I guess I so often I imagine people grab it. And,
yeah, most people don't.
Yeah. Frizzante. I like my water frizzante. It's nice. It's good stuff. All right, well, man, I got nothing. That's the end of my short list. Didn't collect nothing. Didn't do nothing. I think we should get on to our guest of honor unless we have something else that we desperately need to talk to.
I got nothing else. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah, you're pumped. You're pumped for this. We're all pumped for this. All right. Well, it's not posting any of my posts. I don't know what's going on. All right, well, let's get down to it.
Well, what were you looking for? I can try.
I don't know what I was doing. I just had a few sitting in here in drafts, and it's just not doing anything. I was going to post up the one from Creatress that she had about her piece, and yeah, it's just, I don't know.
I'll see it.
The old X machine's not liking me today. All right, well, on that note, we've got her up here as a speaker, so I think it's about as great time as any to bring up our guest tonight with a big round of applause. I wish I had O Canada to play now that I think about it because, remember we talked about, well, I don't know who told me that, but I should have O Canada to play every time we have a Canadian artist because, damn it, I'm so proud whenever we have a Canadian artist up here. And I'm super proud tonight. So I would like to welcome up to the stage our guest of honor tonight, Dehiscence. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey!
Hey!
There she is. Oh, you didn't speak a couple weeks ago when we had the backstage passengers. We never had you speaking last couple weeks ago, did we?
Oh, no, you didn't.
Oh,
Oh.
why is that?
Well, you're making up for it now,
All right.
so
Well,
it's
yeah,
all good.
it's all you.
I
It's
think that was on purpose.
right. Yeah, keep the excitement up. That's right. I mean, I guess if we had been speaking with her at that time,
Yeah.
we would have been like, wait, we don't want to talk about this now. No, wait, we don't want to talk about this now.
Yeah, and then I'd have nothing to say tonight. I'd be like,
Right?
I've already talked about it all.
I'm sure you could find more stuff. We've always,
Yeah,
all right, cool.
yeah, maybe.
Well, welcome to the show, and thank you very much for giving us your time. I'm happy we finally got the opportunity to have you here with us.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, our pleasure, 100%. And it's Willie was the one that pushed this one, and I don't know why you were never on my radar, but Willie's like, yeah, man, we got to get, like, dude, yeah, you're right, right. Another Canadian, another fabulous Canadian artist.
Yay,
I think it was like way back in like the Make It Rad interview a year ago that you got put on my radar.
Wow, is it
Oh,
that
could
long?
be.
Like quite a while ago for me. You were doing the GAN posters.
Oh, yeah. God, that seems like it was like 15 years ago already.
I know, right?
In Web 3, I
Yeah.
think that was, right?
Yeah.
Jesus. Or in Canadian time, that's for sure.
Yeah.
See, and you will notice that she doesn't quite have the full-on Canadian accent like the rest of us usually do. That's because she's from Toronto, and that's like, kind of America.
I thought that was French.
I just worked on my Canadian accent, so I don't sound totally Canadian. But you know what? When I go to other countries, I've been asked, like, where are you from? And I say Canada, and they're like, oh yes, Canada. And then they say, where are you from? And I'm like, Toronto. And they're like, oh, Toronto. Because we don't say Toronto, so it throws people off.
Tirana.
How do you
Tirana.
say it?
Tirana.
Tirana? There's no A in there.
No, there isn't.
I like to call it the center of the world.
No.
The
We both
North American
groan.
English language is just a charm, isn't it?
It's a mishmash. I mean, the thing with Canada is because we're such a melting pot, built with the rest of the world that, really, what is the Canadian accent? It's a mishmash of everything else.
Everything else, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we say a lot. We do say a lot.
For sure, eh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Eh?
All
And
right.
you go to the East Coast, and it's, of course, whole different world.
Whole
Bunch
different,
of different accents.
whole different language.
Yeah.
Well, what did we compare him to? I think when we were talking with Tex, we were comparing him to folks from Louisiana. I think is what we were trying to see. It's like, oh, yeah. So they're like that. I'm like, yeah, they're like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. Well,
They are great.
that's where
Great place, actually.
it is. It's a wonderful place.
Yeah.
And really warm, welcoming people, like 100%. They're all about bringing you in.
100. Yeah.
No, I love them out there. It's all good. I love everybody in Canada. Even folks from Quebec. We all say we hate them, but we love them. It's okay. It's okay.
Also, a beautiful province.
It is a very beautiful province.
Yeah.
It's funny when I go to Europe. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're from Canada? You're from Toronto?" No. Oh, are you from Montreal? No. I'm from Calgary. Where's that?
Where's that?
And then I always have to go Winter Olympics, '88 Olympics, and they're like, "Oh," because otherwise, it's everybody out there in Europe. It's like they figure Canada's just like Toronto and Quebec, and that's it. Like they forget there's a whole other western side of us here. Which I always tell them, no, you don't want to go to the east. You want to come to the west every time. I'm always like, got to come to the west. It's where the mountains are. The real
Beautiful mountains.
Yeah. And then you go out there and it's like, well, you want to go to the mountains? And I'm like, okay, when do we get there? They're like, these are our mountains. Oh, aren't those nice? All right, I should stop. I'm gonna piss off the Easterners, and that'll be it. Our show will be done for tonight. Can't do that. All right, I joke. Awesome. So how was your day today? Did you have a great day today? Y'all hot out
yeah.
there? Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Just working on art as usual.
Right.
Yep.
So are you originally Canadian? We'll bring that up a little bit.
Yes, originally Canadian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's been quite a lot of transplants that we've talked to.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah, no, I was born here. Been here practically my whole life. I've lived in a couple of other places for short periods of time, but Canada's always been home.
That's cool. Who was the last one that I said, "Oh, right on, happy to have a Canadian on," and everybody was listening and go, "Well, they don't sound fucking Canadian." Who the hell was that? Oh, Spencer Jackson, because he's British.
He's British.
Yeah, and I
Oh.
was everybody's
Yeah,
like,
he's only been in Canada like 2 years.
he's like, he doesn't sound Canadian. Yeah, that's how we all sound. We just hide it. British accents. Right on. Cool. Well, let's get into it. So, if you don't mind, now that we've just blabbed on, we know you're from Canada. We definitely know you're from Canada. We know you're from Canada because we've established that you are from Canada. Um, can you give us a little bit of an introduction and tell us who you are?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm a Dehiscence, by the way. I thought I'd correct that first, but I kind of like the Dehi scene. I kind of like that pronunciation, so I could go with that. But it's Dehiscence. And yeah, I'm Toronto-based multimedia artist. I work with AI, collage, a little bit of digital painting. I usually mash all three together. Um, I have no background. My background is not in art. I have a background in anthropology and physiotherapy, two completely different things,
Whoa.
but they all really influence my art in a big way. That's where all my inspiration comes from, really,
I
is my
think that's all I needed to
interactions.
know. I can go
Yeah,
now. I'm like, that explains everything, actually.
that explains my art 100%.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and I started doing art for fun just back in 2016, and really as a way just to kind of relieve stress. And then, the pandemic hit, blah blah blah. I was working in healthcare at that time, and it was getting harder and harder to balance, art and the day job. And yeah, and that's when I discovered like NFTs and crypto and all that stuff, and I hopped right in.
Both
So
legs first.
are you full time art now?
Full-time art now, yeah, as of May of last year.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
That's
It's quite a pay cut, I must say, but totally worth it. I think at this point, I'm continuing forward with it, so it's still going all right.
it's a few people I've talked to in different jobs that have taken pay cuts to go and do different things, whether it's be an artist or I know a fly fishing guide that took a huge pay cut. But I mean, if your quality of life and you're happier with it goes up, it's kind of worth the pay cut.
Oh, totally, 100%
Right.
agree.
Yeah.
I would never go back at this point, and hope I would never have to. But yeah, well, I'm glad. I'm glad that I've taken the big leap. I mean, I was getting close to retirement age anyways, so I was like, what's retiring
Oh, you're
a
20,
couple years
27?
earlier?
Y'all
Retirement,
get to retire at 35 in Canada?
right?
Yes.
Yeah. Damn straight, Willie. That's why everybody moves here, man.
Yeah, I should have moved there years ago.
Um, so you do the multimedia thing, like the collage. Like the collage. I wanted to ask you the collage. Do you do any physical collage, or is it all digital collage?
It's all digital at this point, and
Sure.
only because my storage area is filled with collage, physical collage. I have no more room. But I do actually kind of miss doing it. I miss getting my hands all gluey.
Right. Yeah, it's probably a big part about it, just loving the glue.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah, and just putting everything together, you're kind of like assembling something, assembling a project,
Hmm,
putting it all together. So I kind of miss that part of it.
cool. Well, the digital, at least with the digital thing, it doesn't take up all the storage space. Yeah, for sure.
It does not,
No,
no.
different kind of
And
storage space.
and if I ever get more storage space, I'll definitely be doing some more because I do miss it.
Hmm. I was just thinking here when you said that you probably would not go back work wise, and I was like, well, I don't know. We could probably interview an anthropologist. Why not?
Yes. It's been so long now. I mean, that was like, God, I was like, well, that was my first career. So, like in my 20s, early 30s. So, yeah, it was a long time ago. Sometimes I still miss it to this day, but I think, would I be able to go back and do that now? I'm not so sure. Things
Well,
have changed so much.
what did you do as an anthropologist? What does an anthropologist do? I understand like the study of anthropology, but like as a working field today, what did you do?
Well, what I specialized in was commingled and disarticulated remains.
Whoa.
So, in layman's terms, that's like mass graves.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
We're going deep and dark right off the
I
bat.
knew it was going to get weird tonight.
Yeah. That's what this is about. So would that be more, I guess it doesn't really matter when it comes down to that, but I was going to say, would that be more historical graves or battlefront graves or just like
yeah, it could be both.
Doesn't matter.
It could be both. Yeah, unfortunately, like there's still in any war zone you're going to have mass graves. It could also be things like mass casualty events, plane crashes, things like that.
So are you like trying to repiece everything back together to like
Exactly.
try to build the scene?
Not the scene specifically, but the people,
right,
the victims.
so
Yeah.
you don't want Bob's leg over here with Peter and this is Mary.
No,
Okay.
you need to match it all up.
Wow, that is
who pays for this? I mean, somebody obviously does. So, like, is it mostly government work? Is it like,
yeah,
I'm seeing like maybe
Canadian Red
stations?
Cross, things like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
Interesting, eh?
It is very interesting. Huh.
Yeah, and like things have really changed. Like when I was working, we didn't even have computers, so things are much different now. How they map things out, and
I guess keeping track of stuff is a little easier now.
yeah.
100%.
Well, you could make them NFTs and put them on the blockchain, and then their data is always there.
You could.
That's very true.
And you know, you could use Tezos because it's has minimal gas fees and long uptimes.
I love how this
I'm trying to make light out of it.
No, I'm going.
But you know,
I think
these are real world use cases.
I think we've done really good job of making light of it. But I was going to say, see right here, right now, I could tell you that if you had have came up and spoke with us at the backstage passenger Texadelic space, we would have had more to talk about. I can tell this already. We're going to have lots of more to talk about by the time we finish talking to you tonight. I'm sure of it.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's all right. We're starting. We're going. We got time. You're on the East Coast.
What was the other physiology? What was the other thing you said?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy. So, were you a physical therapist also at one point?
Yeah, well, that was my last job. And it was in acute care, and I worked with people who had LVADs implanted. I don't know if you guys know what an LVAD is.
Please educate us.
Yes, please educate us. I know, but bitch doesn't know.
Okay, well, it's a left ventricular assist device, so it's similar to like a mechanical heart pump. And so it's given to people for one of three reasons, and it's either a bridge to transplant candidacy, where the patient meets the criteria for heart transplant, but will not survive the wait for a heart without the implantation of an LVAD.
Oops, sorry, hit the mute everybody on accident.
Oh, way to go, Willie.
Oops.
Well, I was scrolling to see if somebody was listening at the moment.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, sorry. Heart transplants.
Cool. Yes, and so the second thing was destination therapy. So the patient wouldn't meet the criteria for heart transplant. So the LVAD's implanted to both increase their lifespan and their quality of life. And the third reason would be for like a bridge to recovery, where they think the patient will or is expected to regain the native heart function. So it's put in to help the heart recover, and then it's explanted. But I've only seen that a couple of times. Twice, actually.
Oh. Sorry. That was Bits this time.
So you're just working with those patients and like getting them back to mobile after surgery, or?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. So sometimes I work with them because they'd be on the cardiology ward before they get moved to CV surgery. So sometimes I would work with them pre-op to get them strong enough or stronger for surgery. And then post-op, once they have the LVAD, then I have to work with them because they have to learn how to pace. They no longer have a heartbeat, as you and I would have a heartbeat. So they have to really learn to monitor their own body, to learn their body, and to learn what their limitations are. So that's part of all the teaching that I would do.
Okay, now we're getting interesting. They no longer have a heartbeat.
No, it doesn't beat. Like ours is lub dub lub dub lub dub. That's what ours sounds like.
Yeah.
Where theirs is, because their blood is being pushed through a pump, so it's more like a whooshing sound. So they don't really have a heartbeat any longer.
So does that mess with their like walking pace and like your circadian rhythm and everything? Like,
well, it does take some, like, they do need to get used to it. Their bodies will adapt. Like a lot of the times, like when they first stand up, they might be like lightheaded, things like that. But they do need to learn how to pace themselves. And like pacing is with everything, not just with walking, but with just your daily activities even.
That's what I've been told all the time. My mom's always like, you got to slow down and pace yourself.
That's right. I say that a lot.
I usually just pace out.
Oh, we better be careful. That
always makes, anytime I had a student, because I worked at a teaching hospital, so anytime we had a student and I would say to them, you know, they don't have a heartbeat, the look on their face was always like, what? And I didn't know if they were like excited, like I was when I was learning about this, or if they were like terrified, or maybe a combination of both. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've never even heard that term before. I didn't know that was possible.
Mm-hmm. Surprise.
We're always learning, man. We're learning early.
I swear we'll get to art at some point here. This is all going to tie in.
Absolutely it is. Go ahead, Willie.
Have you ever made an art piece without a heartbeat, or that represents no heartbeat?
I have done some of my early work. I actually drew like a thoracic cavity with an LVAD implanted, which was actually kind of cool. So I have done, like, early on, like I did a lot of anatomical work. Actually, the majority of it, like in the first like year or 2 years, was anatomical, and I've kind of branched out from that now. But so yeah, I have a lot of pictures of hearts and LVADs and all sorts of things.
We tie it around somehow.
Yeah.
Just makes it cooler art, man.
Mm-hmm. And I did something I was at a residency a couple of years ago, and we were using, the residency was about genetic modification and how the ethics around that. So as we were studying like gene modification, that's actually how I got into using AI. It's a long story, but that's how I got into using AI. And one of the videos I did for that was called Flow. And it was like a mechanical heart. And there was like, I had some sound of like heartbeats and things like that. And there was another one I did. It was about actually a code, like Code Blue, which was quite dramatic. And it had like a person and the sounds that you would hear during a code. So some of it was pretty like hardcore, but it got the point across, I guess. But
I bet it did.
Mm-hmm.
But she said it was a long story. I think we have time though, right?
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna say, when as soon as she said that, it's like, man, we got all the time in the world. But I was thinking maybe right at this moment in time, though, we could kind of circle back to maybe your. Well, I want to go. I have lots of other questions. We can circle way back. So when you were younger, when you were in school, when you were a kid, was art always a part of you, or was it something that you developed later?
I'd have to say overall it was something I developed later. I mean, I was always interested in art. It was something, I always had an interest in. I always doodled. I never really considered myself an artist until, a few years ago.
Right.
And even as a teenager, I painted my my bedroom like an Egyptian tomb, which was kind of cool. So like I was always doing artsy things, but I never really considered myself an artist at any point until, a couple years ago.
Right. That's kind of cool. That's
Mm-hmm.
it's a different take that we don't hear as often. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Did
yeah.
you did you grow up liking art from like like other other types of art that are similar to yours, like bodies and skull? Like were you a big fan of like De Muertos art, or like a huge Da Vinci fan or something like that as a kid?
Da Vinci was one for sure, because I think that was like the first real anatomical work that I saw. And then I was always on the hunt for, books at the library, just like medical illustrations and things like that. I really enjoyed as well. So I always liked a bit of the darker art for sure. I was never really into, puppy dogs and flowers, and still am not. I love those things, but I don't particularly like it in my art. Um, yeah, it was always a bit on the darker side, I guess.
And you said, was it 2016? Did you say that's when you kind of shifted?
Yeah, I think it was around 2016. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't even remember kind of what made me want to start drawing regularly again, but I just was looking for something to kind of like relieve stress and things like that, and then I just started drawing, and then I started using a bit of it, of my heart drawings for. I had to do this patient education class as well, and I used some of my drawings for that to kind of show patients what their heart looks like. And because I don't know if you've ever seen like some pretty basic heart drawings, really doesn't go into detail of kind of the anatomy of the heart, and I thought it was important for them to know, um, for them to see what their heart actually looked like, for it to be accurate, so that they could understand it better. So I started using some of my early art for that, and then yeah, I just kept experimenting. I'm big on experimenting. Experimented with mediums and subjects and that kind of stuff.
That's definitely was probably helpful to have to use it as a teaching tool to be able to kind of double whammy doing art.
Oh, for sure, for
That's
sure. I mean, some were really interested, and others were like, "Oh, no, 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 I don't want to know," which I also understand. But
I like the pretty heart. Thanks. Just
yeah,
let's leave it with the four. Yeah, couple of
So where
veins.
did you have these already drawn up ahead of time, kind of thing, like stuff that you were drawing for these
yeah,
presentations?
yeah. I had them drawn up ahead of time.
My other question would have been, or were you just drawing it on the board like super detailed?
No, no, nothing like that. I had them drawn ahead of time, and it was part of like our little handout that we'd give them in their little education booklet.
That would be cool though. Hey, go in there and you teach. Bam. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about the heart. I'm gonna just draw a little heart up here on the whiteboard.
Well, if you say like there's not a lot of drawings out there of like detail of that kind of detail and stuff, how many hearts do you have to see to be able to duplicate that in detail like that?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of accurate anatomical works out there, but for like patient education, there really wasn't. At least not what I was seeing. So that's why I decided it was like a good idea for them to have an accurate representation of what their heart looks like, not just a Valentine. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. That is
I was
interesting. That is super interesting.
oh,
But yeah, I drew a lot of hearts. A lot. So
and so now I have to ask the stupid question now again too. When you were talking about drawing, is this physical drawing or were you digitally doing this at that point in
uh,
time?
at that point, it was both. Both.
Cool.
I was still using my sketchbook a lot. Um, but yeah, all my early works um, uh, were digital. And I think it was just because, again, I had a tablet, and it was portable, and I don't know. To me, it was just easy to kind of like draw with a stylus as it was with a pen. So why not?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely the convenience
Mm-hmm.
there, and being able to alter easy as well. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah.
just,
I didn't need to carry around an eraser.
right?
This
Didn't
was great.
didn't have black on the side of your hand from like drawing and
No.
I still
great.
have an electric eraser in my drawer.
What?
You probably never even seen an
I
electric
didn't
eraser.
know. I can't say that I probably, now that I think about it, I probably did, and it probably doesn't look like I think it should. So,
Oh, it kind of looks exactly like you think it would.
yeah, some kind of adult toy or something.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
yeah. I was just thinking about carrying that around with
Okay.
you, and you said I didn't have to carry around an eraser. I'm like carrying around a giant electric eraser with a power cord. And...
My next train of thought goes, number one, how hard is erasing to you? Or number two, how much are you fucking up that you need to have an electric eraser?
Oh yeah, dude. Hand drawings,
Oh,
you
okay.
need
I
to
guess.
erase a
Okay. Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's right. But that was for you drawing. I wasn't putting it there. I was thinking that like you were just like a really crappy speller or something. But yeah. Okay. All right. We're back on the Willy drawing. Okay. All right. We
yeah,
derailed that for long enough.
yeah. That was. I mean, it was really only like I never did much hand drawing outside of school, so it was really it was like handed down from old engineers to old engineers, and I just never it just ended up in my drawer. I don't think I've ever actually used an electric eraser.
Old engineer to old engineer, and I pass this down to you.
Pretty much,
All right.
yeah.
All right. So when you, so a lot of the stuff that you were doing back then, I mean, obviously the heart, I'm imagining, definitely resembled what you produce nowadays. If I can say that, generalize your art into that it all looks the same, but it doesn't. I'm not dumbing it down like that. Let me start over again. So did a lot of your older stuff, does your style, was it still the same? Like as it is now? Like were you drawing with all kinds of colors or was it more straightforward? I guess obviously your teaching stuff was more straightforward and not as imaginative.
Yeah, yeah. But I was always into the bright, vibrant colors.
Mm.
It was just something. I think I started using the color palette that I use because the subject was always so dark, right? So I would always try and like lighten it up a bit and make it prettier for people to look at instead of all dark and dreary. And the vibrancy really, I think, adds some eye candy to the art, so to speak. So I was always using very, very vibrant colors.
That's kind of cool. We've heard that echoed a couple times recently with guests about doing art that's dark, but
Mm-hmm.
using a different color palette just to not to really say, well, yeah, to trick people to actually paying attention to it and really
No, no, no.
looking at.
We were talking to marketing people. They were talking about tricking people specifically.
Well, yeah, that. Well, no, because
People have backgrounds in marketing.
yeah, but both of those people also were dealing with dark subjects, and they specifically stated that they chose that because of that. And then we brought it up to the whole marketing thing. Well, I think it was you that poked at the marketing thing because you were making it like everybody's deceiving Willie.
Well, it's just no, it wasn't. It's just
I'm kidding. I'm
everything
kidding.
ties in together.
Yeah,
Just like Dehiscence's background in anthropology.
yeah, no, and again, I look at
It
you.
clearly ties into her art.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. So so as we're moving along now, when you with COVID coming down, that's when you said you discovered NFTs, the blockchains. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah. One of my colleagues was talking to me about crypto like every lunchtime during our lunch break, and I really wasn't interested, but he was very enthusiastic, so I'm like, I'll amuse him, I'll listen to him.
I
And
know those guys. Oh wait, I am
yeah,
one. I
right?
am
He
one. Never
won't
mind.
shut up and might as well listen.
That's me.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah.
I'm eating my lunch, I'm sitting here, I'll just listen to him. um but he actually helped me out quite a bit, and I learned a lot, and so I started dabbling a bit. I actually started dabbling a bit in crypto before NFTs, and then as I was doing like some research around crypto, that's when I discovered NFTs, and I'm like, what is this? Like maybe I can actually, earn a bit of cash and get my art out there to people. Like this would be kind of cool. Um, And then Max Capacity was one of the first guys I met in the space, and he really helped me, and he introduced me to Tezos. And then I was like, wow, this is really cool. I had no idea about it. I only knew about Ethereum at the time. And really, I was like, why do I have to pay so much money to show my art to people? I didn't really get it. And he introduced me to Tezos, and then, yeah, the rest is history, I guess, about that.
Kind of a cool person to, get you into Tezos, get you in there, max capacity. Damn.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He was so helpful early on.
That's cool.
Yeah, like I would have had no idea what I was doing.
Did he
and
shoot
really
you a couple?
helped out a lot.
Did he shoot you a couple Tez and say, "Here, kid, go get
Here you
yourself
go.
some NFTs"?
That's right. Go buy some candy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But not from that van.
No.
Don't go to that van. That's
Well,
cool.
I don't know. Somebody cool might be in there.
That's true. I mean, I was just gonna say, I had one of those vans for a little while, and I was like, I don't even want to go on with this story because it's just, you're all gonna think I was a bad person or something like that, and I wasn't. I just happened to have one of those vans, and it was cool. It was fun. Anyways.
Those vans were really cool because my uncle had one of those vans,
Right.
and I used to love going for rides in
Right.
it. Yeah, it was like the 70s, man. Like, those were cool, and they all had like the paint on the sides, the airbrushing, and my other uncle did some airbrushing of like motorcycle tanks and vans and things like that. So
Right.
I thought it was cool.
Damn straight.
So you've got some artist history in your family there.
Yeah, and after he finished doing like the automotive painting, he went to and started designing some helmets for the NHL goalies, which was really cool.
Cool.
Oh, that's sweet.
That is
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, they were very cool. I was like impressed. And it was when they, when they started having those huge helmets that they have nowadays, not the little tin can helmets of days of yore, but the full face mask helmets.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked with an
anybody
airbrushing
we
buddy
would
that
know?
did that.
I'm trying to think now. This would have been back in, God, the early 90s.
I was going to say it's the NHL. We probably knew in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Really, when
Yeah.
it boils down to
Yeah.
it.
I'm thinking like Eddie Belfour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. He had a sweet helmet.
Yeah, he did have a nice helmet. God, I wish I could remember. If I remember,
right.
I will let you know.
Enough about him. It was just a quick side question.
He was
Let's
really
get
good
back
at
to
what
you.
he did. So
Way to go, Willie. You just caused dead air.
Well, I thought you had something there.
What fuck? Like, I was standing here biting my fingernails. No, just kidding. I was.
I thought you had something else there.
he's taking a sip of his fizzy water.
Yeah, my fizzy wine. I went and actually got another glass of wine. I snuck off, but
I was
didn't.
trying to get back to you before you forgot what you were going to ask.
I totally forgot what I was going to ask.
Dang it.
Yeah, well, we left off at what color palette, tricking there. And there's, yeah. Nope. That's okay. Doesn't matter. We can continue on. We were talking about Tezos, and then we got into talking about don't go to the van for candy. So then you jumped in feet first, and I mean, you've made a damn name for yourself. You have 17,000 followers on your Twitter account. I mean,
Yeah, where'd they come from?
Dude.
Wow.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I am. Every time I see that number, I'm like, who are these people? Why are they coming to my account?
Right?
Like, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I look at that and I go, even if half of them were fake and just nothing, that somebody still like half, they're still friggin' almost 4,000 people there. That's not that they're
Yeah.
fake, but I was just thinking along that lines. I'm like, even if half of that's not real, like fuck me, that's still a lot of people.
Still a lot of people. I'm very
I think you
thankful.
need to get a calendar,
Yeah.
dude. Your math is terrible.
What's that?
Yes.
What did I say? 17,000. Sorry,
I wasn't going to
Yeah.
mention
If
it.
half is 4, I don't know. Dude, I don't know.
I was reading. Anyways, I was reading while I was talking. Sorry, guys. But yeah, no, I shouldn't play that down. Yeah, my math sucks, but not that bad. I was actually reading at the same time. Sorry. So if a third of those, See, Willie, now you threw
Yeah,
me off again.
your name was so prevalent and passed around the space, like say a year ago when I first found out about you, that you were one of the ones, that I'm like, we'll never be able to interview her. She's got way too many followers. She's way too popular out there.
Oh
They'll
God,
never talk
no.
to us.
That's funny because I don't think I'm popular at all. Like my vision of myself is still one of really just trying to, get my art out there. I'm like, am I still an emerging artist? Like, because I feel like I am, because I'm so young in my art career, like it's only been like a few years. So for me, I'm still like a total noob. Like, I mean, I'm certainly like I've made some progress. I've gotten better with my craft, I guess. And I've learned a lot, and I really appreciate everyone who does follow me and likes to look at my art. But for me, I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm just too modest. I'm not sure. That's a Canadian in me, eh?
That's the humble artist stuff we love. Love it. Because I'd say if your ego was as great as your following, I don't think you'd be in our space today. You'd be like, yeah, are you guys gonna pay me? Because this is what it's gonna take.
Oh God, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
No, it's so cool, and like, I don't know, because you're doing this. I mean, obviously you jumped in this, and here you are. You're doing it. Like you're making art. You're full on into it, and you're doing it. So that shows something.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still plugging away every day, and some days it's kind of this whole being online all the time stuff. My God, I'm a total introvert. Like if I interact or like go outside, once a day, it's a miracle. So for me to be online, almost, many hours of the day is just so
Dream job.
strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, I enjoy it. It's not that bad. I enjoy interacting with people. I try to, be genuine in my interactions. So if I'm not online, it's because I really don't want to be.
Well, it's kind of cool because it's like it's an office job, but it's not really an office job.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
it's work from home.
Yeah, work from home job. Yeah, I guess
it's
a better way to look at
work from home and setting your own hours is like what?
Yeah.
Like, it's great that we can do that, set our own hours, but then actually sticking to that is another story.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's probably hard at first. You can run. I'm sure there's points where you'll run yourself down or not do enough. Sometimes I would guess would be the other side of it.
Oh yeah, I have both those days for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, like with any job, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. A new job that you love.
Yeah.
That's probably where the whole Touch Grass campaign came from. Is a lot of artists with similar thoughts and ideas of just kind of being introverted. I'm kind of the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And then just like, hey guys, don't forget, like, go outside.
But there's people out there.
Yeah. Yes. The world isn't just the internet. That's a part of it, but that's not all of it.
Screw you, man. I was in Spatial in a park the other day. I had my VR goggles on. I was touching grass.
Yeah, I like to touch water because people aren't usually around you on water.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
I like touching water too. I also like hugging trees, but yeah, I do like being around water.
Yeah, water's nice. Especially if you're on a boat out in the water. That's even nicer. Well, I guess that's what we're talking about. That's what we're kind of talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Being on boat.
Yeah, Bits will catch up the old conversation here sometime tonight. I'll get my math down. I'll catch up on the conversation. Yeah, I love being out in the water. I love when I'm out on the boat and I look back at the shore and I go, you know the difference between us and them, though? Is those people are on shore and we're out here on a freaking boat. And they're sitting on the shore going, I wish we were on that boat. Even if it's a little tiny aluminum boat, like 12-footer, just a little, or a canoe, you're still out there on the water.
Yeah, bank maggots.
What?
Bank maggots.
What the hell are bank maggots?
That's
Call-
that's not what you call bank fishermen from in Canada.
Oh no, I've never heard that
Oh.
terminology. Bank
Yeah,
maggots.
I tried to call up the new word this summer, but it sounded a little too close to another word that I don't like to say, so I decided I would not say it.
Probably for the better.
Yeah,
Probably for the better.
Did you say bank maggot?
yeah, bank maggot.
Oh, no, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, those are the plebes that have to fish from the bank because they don't have a boat.
It's even funnier when those people are bringing in the fish and the people in the boat aren't catching any.
I know. That sucks.
Oh yeah, being out there, nature, trees, hugging. Hug a tree.
Okay, we're getting so off track here.
Oh no, we're not. We're talking. Okay, yeah.
We're not.
No, well, yeah.
Sure we are.
I was in a boat for a second there, man. With what did you? How did you say her name before, Willie? Dehiscence.
Dehiscene.
Dehiscene.
Scene. Because like she is a scene in herself.
True that.
I don't know what Dehi stands for. So where does your name, your persona come from? Actually, we kind of skipped right over that, just considering the pronunciation.
Well,
What does it mean?
this probably won't shock you, but it means open wound.
I would have never guessed.
Yes.
In
Dehiscence.
what language is that, or what is or?
No, that's English.
Oh,
But it's a medical term, dehiscence. It's like a dehisced wound. It's like a wound that's opened up.
see, I thought it was some kind of play on like DeFi, I don't know. That's where I was when I first saw it, but
I
I
would have
also didn't see the C at the very end.
seen. It's funny.
Yeah.
I thought about
Well,
googling it.
it gets pronounced so many different ways too. I just go with the flow, and then when someone asks me, I'll correct them. But I get a kick out of different ways people pronounce it, so I'm good with that.
I see. It's interesting. I would have never thought about googling. I guess that makes sense. I should start googling people's names. Nah, it's better to hear it right from their mouth.
Just don't Google image search that.
Well,
Yeah, see, I would have been real mad at myself doing that.
Yeah,
I would.
I mean you could
Trauma.
but you just need to be prepared for what you're gonna see.
Yeah, I definitely don't need to image search that
Definitely
one.
won't Google him. Won't Google it now.
Good with
And,
that.
and the funny thing is with my name is that years ago, before I even became an artist, when I'd be like, oh, if I ever become a famous street artist, I'm gonna have the name of Dehiscence. And now, well, I'm not a famous street artist at all, but I decided to take the name because why not?
So do people go like read deeply into it? The people that know who it is, do they go? So is it because you're an open wound? Is this what you're trying to get across with the art?
I have no idea.
I don't
because
know.
usually when I say what it means, they're just like, oh, and then that's it.
Yeah. No, I mean seriously. Like
Usually doesn't go any further than that.
I guess unless you meet somebody who's in the medical field, nobody is really gonna know what the hell that word is.
No.
I
no,
can't
don't
believe I've
think
never
so.
heard that before. That's actually honestly, I am a little surprised that I've never heard that before.
And now you have. And
Yeah.
now you know.
And now we
Yeah.
know. The more you know. Once again, folks, there's another great learning moment that we've had here on the Night Train. Damn it, we should be getting funding from like the CBC or something. Canadian
Right?
right? We're
CBC
teaching.
seems to like always give stuff out. We should get funding from them.
Yeah.
I was going to give fun facts about why dog poop isn't white anymore, but that sounds boring now.
Wow.
That was just being my learning moment for the day for everybody. But hey,
Right.
we got
Oh
better.
man.
So, go ahead, Bits. You got something.
No, I was just going to say, I think we'll just take a little moment here, and I was going to reset the room and, thank everybody for being in here tonight. We are, I was going to say your name the wrong way again, so I'm not even going to say. We got a guest up there at the top. If you want to know who it is, just look at the. No, just kidding. Dehiscence is wrong, right? It's Dehiscence.
Dehiscence.
Dehiscence. Oh, it is Dehiscence.
Yeah,
Okay, all
yeah,
right.
that's
So I was really kind of right all along. I was just not. Okay.
You
Anyway.
just had a bit of an accent.
That's right.
all.
That's right. I was trying to be creative with it, but yeah, she's our guest for tonight. That's why you're all here. You're not here to necessarily listen to myself and Willie. If you are, well, we'll see you all on the crazy bus at the end of the show. Thanks for being here, Jen, NZBR, Paul, who is a ghost, Iteration, thank you for being here, Laser Lou, likely live from the closet, doing laser stuff. Thanks for being in here. B, Fendel.
Let's hope he doesn't have a dehiscence in the closet.
Oh, yeah, that would be terrible.
Dangerous with those lasers.
And glass. Could get one. Our homie Jay down there, thanks for popping in, Jay. Good to have you here. Innovative. Fars, I'll just call you Farzan because my tongue is not going to be able to say that one at all. But thank you for being here, and Hope. Don't ever judge us on how we pronounce people's names, because people, as you heard, we can hear how a name is pronounced right from a person and immediately turn around and screw it up. So if I screwed up your name, it's totally because I'm Canadian.
Now, if somebody types it to you and misspells it, be extremely pissed about that, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that is one of my pet peeves. My name is in the thing you had to look up to contact me, and you spelled it wrong. What?
That's a pet peeve too.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to stay with open wound here, because you mentioned
well, she's our guest all night tonight.
Street artist.
Yeah.
Did you have dreams as a kid of being a famous street artist? Are you big into street art? Are you a big fan of it?
I love street art, and when I travel, before I go anywhere, I map out all the street art murals and everything that I want to find in the city on Google Maps.
That's cool.
And then when I go, I can just like go and hunt it. So I'm a total street art hunter. I love it. I love traveling and looking for art and recognizing artists and seeing the big murals, because I'm just, God, like, how do they even do that? I would never be able to do that. I mean, I've used spray paint in some of my mixed media work. I could not do what they do. Like, that is just, they're just so talented. Right?
That stuff is so crazy. Willie and I, we did a golf cart tour in Miami. Mm-hmm. What's that area called? Highwood? No. I can't remember.
I had it until you said it.
Yeah, sorry.
Wynwood.
Anyway, Wynwood. Yeah, and it was like, yeah, and we had a very well-educated guy that was driving our cart. It was
basically like having a bank robber teach you how to rob banks.
Yeah.
Because he was a street artist.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And he was teaching us everything. It was like getting the proper, like, ground level education on it. It was so awesome.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah, but yes, like wrapping that around your head, how they can envision that and then turn it into such a large scale, it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. Sometimes I just stand in front of murals and I just look and I'm just like, wow, like, how did they even, Jesus. Yeah. I have no idea. They're so talented.
And then never mind, like, when they're doing it under the radar and trying not to get caught, like
yeah.
Right? Like it's one thing when it's underneath a dark overpass somewhere in an industrial area, but then when you're doing it, next to the Colosseum in Rome, that's like, wow.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could probably do some wheat paste, but that's about it.
But that's cool. That's all good.
That's cool.
Weren't we looking for that? We were talking about that in Miami, weren't we? Will?
Yeah, I wanted to do some, but I was like, I don't know where I'm going to get supplies. And
see, now we have a connection. Maybe we got somebody hook us up.
And I'll just slap up some stickers, I think.
Yeah, that's kind of what
I keep saying I'm going to do that. Every time I travel, I'm like, oh, yeah, I have to take some stickers, slap them up, and then I never do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we did do that. You got to travel with Mike Nash.
Yes.
Him, Paper Buddha, Laser Lou, those guys are like street, sticker bomb artists.
Ninjas,
yeah.
I picked up some
ninja.
I picked up some techniques that I'm going to try soon, using like a selfie pole to get like some really good sticker location. It's actually a brilliant idea.
It's a great idea,
that is a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Especially when you're 5'5". But I am a monkey, but it's also too, it's like climbing up a sign pole and doing things is more, eye catch, is a little more prone to getting caught than, a selfie stick where you just whoopsh. Just get her up there. Whoopsh. Make that sound too. Whoopsh. Every time a sticker goes up. Whoopsh, whoopsh.
I have never taken a selfie. I would need to buy a stick.
Yeah, I never used a selfie stick. What? You've never taken a selfie?
You've
Come
never
on.
taken a selfie, or you've never taken a selfie with a selfie stick?
Never taken a selfie.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Come
Everyone's taking a selfie at this
on.
point.
No.
No
You've
way.
never taken a
No.
picture of
Alright.
yourself.
Sorry
I'm
if we're putting
really-
pressure on you here, but
No,
what?
I'm really not into like. Yeah, no. I mean, I think I did something once on Instagram. There was some filter of something, and then I like accidentally posted, and I was like, "Oh shit!" And then I never went back to do anything like that. I think it was something of me turning into the Incredible Hulk or something, some filter. Anyways, yeah. So I like, no thanks. No thanks. I think I've taken some screenshots from like Zoom meetings. Does that count?
Yeah, technically.
Technically,
Okay. Okay. Then then I have some from Zoom meetings.
Well, there you go. Okay, all right. We had to get deep there. We had to really dig deep there.
Yeah.
Jump on our guest. No. We will say, come on, until you come up with the right answer.
I'm like, that's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I see people like posing for those like on the streets, and I'm like, what are they doing? Like, I don't know. I guess I just don't kind of understand it.
Well, I mean, that's different, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
not out there in the streets, posing, taking selfies. But if we're at some place and I want to take a picture with my family, you take a selfie, and because nobody else is around, so you just stick your arm out there, like that. But I'm not, I'm not out there just taking selfies in the middle of the street to post on Instagram for no reason.
Although I did see someone out on the street taking a selfie, and some guy was like, "Oh, you want me to do that for you?" And she's like, "No." I was like,
Oh, it's a selfie.
"It's a selfie."
Duh. It'd be a totally
Duh.
different. That would be a photo of. It would just be a photo of me if you took it.
Yeah.
Right. There we go.
Well,
It made me laugh.
And learning moment. So there was a big controversy a couple years back of this. There was a selfie taken at the Oscars by Ellen DeGeneres, I think she was hosting, and she took a selfie of like 16 other people or something like that, right? All top names. And there was a huge controversy about who owned the photo because it was on someone else's phone, but Ellen took the photo. And ultimately it comes out that whoever took it owns the rights to it. So everyone else wanted their own rights because it's their own self-image, right? So they wanted their own right to be able to post it and do whatever they wanted with it. And I don't think we've heard about Ellen being a complete bitch in the media, but I don't think she was at this point over this. Her handlers or agents might have been in some way, but I thought she was just like, yeah, go do whatever you want as long as nobody's monetizing it, kind of thing. But it was it was like it went into court and everything.
That sounds very American.
As to who owned that. So I think a lot of social media influencers and stuff like that, or even people who think they might want or are trying to be influencers, like this girl in the middle of the street, is going to say, no, don't take it, because then technically you could have the rights to that. You could pull it offline. If I post it, you can pull it offline and then have the rights to that and monetize that, knowing that you took the photo. But you'd also have proof that you took the photo. So that could be a reason why a lot of people don't want people to take their photo, and they'll do it as a selfie. It could just be they're spoiled entitled brats.
Now I'm gonna rethink every time somebody goes to take a photo of me. Now, no, sorry, thank you. Get away. No, don't touch that camera. Wow.
I had some dude take a picture of my shoes once, and I was like, "Hello," and he's like, "Oh, I like your shoes." I'm like, "Yeah, but they're on my feet."
That's what I like about them.
That's a totally different website.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Willie, and Willie, at the end of that, because you're in America, aren't you supposed to say that this is not legal advice or something like that?
That's correct.
Right.
That is not legal advice for photo taking or anything like that. Although I'm pretty sure I'm right on it.
And once again, if you're listening to the Canadians say it, then fucking have at her. No,
that's right.
That's right. The Strange World of Psychotic Bunnies.
Yes.
That's like.
Wait. I wanted to ask something else about your name and everything and street art stuff.
Sure. Keep going, Willie.
Did you ever come up with a tag? Did you ever try to create a tag and a logo and a?
I did. I did. And I actually used one, I think very early on my artwork, and now I just have some initials, and then 99% of the time I forget to add it, so it's never there anyways. But I do have one now, yeah.
And we can find that on older pieces
Oh, you should be able
somewhere,
to. Yeah, I
like
think
in the
probably some
signature.
collage, yeah.
I'll have to do some digging on that.
Yeah, I
Okay, I
can't
think
even
that's
think
all I
off the
had on
top
that
of my
subject,
head.
Bits.
Yeah, I can't even think off the top of my head which ones they are on. But I know one on Foundation right now, a recent one, has the initials on there, but I don't know about the tag. I think it's probably some of my early collage work.
What are the initials? DS?
Uh, DA for Dehiscence art.
Ah.
Yeah, you know.
That was funny when I. Oh, I'm getting feedback again here. When I originally asked the question, when we asked the question of how to pronounce your name, I was waiting for you to add the art to the end of it because it just felt it would be a very smart ass thing that I would do. But you guys have been saying it wrong all along. Nobody has said art at the end.
It's Dehiscence art.
Like, please don't call
Well,
me.
now I want to know for real. Like Bits was kind of joking about it earlier about
Uh oh.
anybody ask you about oh, are you an open wound? But like if it's the Dehiscence art, then is it open wound art, as in art about open wound, or because most of your art is to vaguely categorize it, or is it more like Bits is saying, where it's like no, this is my personal expression because of my personal traumas.
That's deep.
It's a deep wound.
And it's none of that. Well, that's what I figured too. With when you said the open wound thing, I was like, oh well, that's for some people must just get. Well, this is really deep. Everything you do, they might read into it deeper.
Maybe. Maybe. I hope they do.
Along with the bright colors, bringing them in.
That's right.
You first minted on Tez, um, but you've also minted on Ethereum as well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Some of my first stuff was on Ethereum.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Backwards. I'm asked backwards all here. Sorry.
Back asswards,
Back
yes.
asswards. How do you find your collectors? Do you find you have different collectors with the Ethereum world than you do to the Tezos world? Do you know?
Some
Because I
of
mean,
them are on both chains.
right?
And some are separate, yeah. Yeah, like there's a few, well, and there's also a lot of anonymous collectors too, so I don't know if they're on both chains or not. But yeah, there's a mixture really. I would hope that a lot of them would, Ethereum collectors would come to Tezos because, you know, I have a special place in my heart for Tezos, and I think they'd be missing out on a lot of cool art.
Heck
Number
yeah.
one.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
That's very true, and that's where we've had other folks talk. It's come up in conversation before that like for people to be no, I'm Ethereum. That's it. That's all. No, 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 no. Not going on to some garbage chain or whatever you want to call it. But it's like, hello, your artist is there. You can
Yeah.
I mean, you can come over to Tezos and sometimes get the same. Well, get the same caliber of art as far as I'm concerned, no matter who the artist is. And you can sometimes get it cheaper, way cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, man.
Well, I like that it's just so accessible, like
Mm-hmm.
to everybody. You know, like that was one of the things, and I had a full-time job at that when I first started minting. I'm like, this is crazy to have to spend, and Ethereum was like insane at that time. Gas, I remember it was like 100 something to mint, like it was insane. And like, and a lot of artists can't afford that, nor should they have to. So Tezos is like great. It's so accessible for everybody. You can just get, sign up and mint. Put your art out there, and not go into debt doing it, hoping something sells or waiting for something to sell so you can afford to mint the next thing, you know?
Yeah, that's a huge stretch, especially when you go back to the
Mm-hmm.
the earlier days. Especially, like, I mean, I know gas has come down a lot, but
Yeah.
yeah, still, it's still it's still, you know, it's still definitely noticeable. You look at it every time you go to buy something. Not that I've bought anything on ETH in a long time, but or mint anything, but yeah, you definitely pay attention. It's like, okay, I'm gonna wait till 2:30 in the morning, um,
Yeah.
Taiwan time or something. Yeah, for sure. Um,
Yeah, I notice because I'm an early riser as well. This is going back to the very early conversation here. I'm very early riser, so when I get up in the morning, it's usually quite reasonable, but quickly starts to increase.
right. Yeah. Yeah. It's I think we one of the projects that Willie and I were in. It was the who the heck was it? I think it was the Australians that were always getting the good deals.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Dang
No
Australians.
matter what project, it's
Yeah,
the
We're on the
Australians are on
wrong
like
side
this.
of the world.
Right?
Yeah,
They don't want us there. They're like, well, mind you, there's enough Canadians in Australia, and there's enough Australians here. Yeah. Don't know where I was going with that, but there was a big yeah at the end of it.
well,
Um,
let's go back to what were you saying about something bunnies?
oh, yeah.
Oh, psychotic bunnies.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to totally jump into there, but yeah, psychotic bunnies just wow. Tell me about psychotic bunnies, what you can tell me about psychotic bunnies, because I'm very intrigued with these.
I have to think back to
Yeah, I
because
know.
again,
And you don't
this
have to.
feels like it was like 5 years ago,
Yeah.
but it wasn't. It was only a few months ago, I
Yeah.
think,
No, and
or
I
December maybe.
and I get that when I do ask, when people have multiple collections, I do get that and it's cool. We don't have to go deep into it, but they're just I don't know, they're just I've found out of a lot of your works, I do spend any of your pieces that I look at, I definitely have to spend time staring at it. Like I do. It's not like I just click on it, go yeah, and go by. I always have to spend time. But these they seem to really draw me in.
Yeah, that collection, it was more about like throughout history how artists and creative people might have been seen as um to be mentally ill, or have some type of emotional instability, and it wasn't always the case. It might have been a factor in their God, I just had a complete brain fart.
I'm not the only one. Thank God.
And I'm not even drinking wine.
That's the problem. No.
Yeah, it might not have been a contributing factor to their eminence in their chosen field or whatever, and their imagination and their creativity, isn't necessarily a outcome of delusion. Those things can be completely separate. And the Psychotic Bunnies, it was one of those series where imagination, I was trying to, speak to imagination and its role in mental health, and how being imaginative can play and have a powerful role in healing and, you know, stability, and being able to express your creative side and have a vibrant imagination can really, I think it's a good thing for the world for people to be creative and to put out their imagination to the world. Like it's something that's can be very beautiful. And just because people were, may have had some mental illness, it's not specifically to artists. Like that's like throughout any type of field. That's not specific something to artists. And anyway, so Psychotic Bunnies was, I'm kind of blabbering about it, but Psychotic Bunnies was just to show that it's not a sign of psychosis, or it's a category of experience that we should be able to express, if that makes it all sense.
Absolutely, it did. And please don't ever think you're blabbering, because that's what we're here to listen to, honestly and truly. No, that was I appreciate that explanation, and it's awesome. Yeah, and it's just in regards to artists, obviously artists are putting, if artists do have these problems, they're more likely to put them out there for everybody to see, right? Whereas,
I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think I put a quote by a different artist for each description of the psychotic bunnies. Like a quote that resonated with me that I read and was like, yeah, that makes sense. You know?
I didn't notice that in those.
Yeah.
Did you actually put the quote and say who? Hang on, I'm looking at it right now. Never mind.
So am I. I'm pulling it up.
I'll just look.
Yes.
Oh yeah, you did
I
okay.
tried to find it this whole time.
Yeah, creativity
Yeah,
takes
I did.
courage. Henry
Yeah.
Matisse. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'm just I'm firing him up here on up on the screen for the YouTube folks. I'm trying to be on it tonight because if we're talking about your art, we definitely should be viewing it. That's where these Twitter Spaces or SpaceXs fail, is that we don't get to look at everything that we're all talking about. But
For now,
hopefully someday.
there's rumor we're getting that fixed.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I never never noticed the quotes. Once again,
Maybe starting that rumor, but there is rumor that we're getting video on SpaceX.
Wow. Have to make sure my hair is done.
No, I thought about that and I thought, no, I'll just stay the same way because then people will be disappointed when they meet me when I don't want to put effort in.
I think that's why I don't take selfies, because there's so many filters out there. You meet somebody, you're like, you're not that person I saw.
That's the one I was talking. We hired a young guy at work and he's talking about dating and everything. And I'm like, man, how do you even know what you're getting? Because he's using the apps and everything. I'm like, how do you even know? And he goes, no, honestly and truly. He's like, yeah, it's a crapshoot. He said, well, majority of the ladies that he looks at, he says that they look absolutely nothing like that when he goes to meet them. Like they're just the filters are like, he's like, it's crazy. I don't know why you would do that because especially if you're going to actually go out and meet somebody too, right? Like,
yeah. I think I would notice.
Right? Yeah.
I think so.
You don't, hey, wait a minute. You don't have that Disney kind of face with those big eyes and the birds on your shoulders. What the fuck?
From a sales perspective, you got to get them in the door, though, right? But you got to first get them in the door, and then
that's shady, man.
Maybe you can sell them on personality.
That's car salesman. I don't know.
It works in all aspects of life, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to get them in somehow.
Well,
you got to cover yourself in those vibrant colors to rope them in.
Yeah, that's why I like to go meet in dark areas, low light. Okay, that was a bad joke.
I was still just looking for psychotic bunnies. I still can't find them.
Oh, really? It's there. You could go to the old link tree, and it's on object. Go into it's in the collections object.
Yeah. The first account. Because I have a few on object.
Yeah.
Those are in the first account.
I didn't realize you had so many different accounts on object though. Like I hadn't seen any of the collage stuff until just now. I didn't realize it was all on another account.
Well,
I think I've seen some posts of it from your Twitter, but not like your. I didn't know you had that massive a collection of it.
Yeah, well, the idea I had was to kind of keep things separate, and then collage and the dark art are pretty separate, and then I have an experimental account when I'm trying something new and I want to mint something. And then I have my first account, which is kind of just a mix of everything I've ever done. But collage is separate. Collage is collage. Dark art is dark art. Experimental is experimental stuff. And then my first account is just a mix of everything.
I just came across Graffiti
And then there's
Girls,
the GAN posters are all on a separate account, aren't they?
Oh, yes, the GAN posters. Yes, those are all on a separate account. And then I did some, I don't think those are in my link tree anymore, though. And then I did some, again, seems like 50 years ago, I did some punks, some GAN punks. And that was a whole separate account, too.
How you keep track of this crap?
I don't know.
Holy!
I don't, obviously, because I can't remember that I had the GAN posters.
Right? Oh, man. I know. It's, because...
how do you do your taxes at that point?
Oh, God. Very carefully. I'm getting pretty good at that, actually.
Good answer.
Very
I
careful.
would have said I don't. Oh, wait.
And we mentioned before about the physical collage works, and in my collage account, I'll just mention this. I have a series called Artists Become Art, and a lot of those, not all of them, but let me see, 3, 6, 9, 9 of them are physical works, which I also have the physical because I haven't sold. I don't think I've sold any.
So if you buy them, do you get the physical?
I said in the description that the physical is available, but nobody went for it. But yes, I have the physical.
Oh, Willie's going to go on the hunt now. I've never looked at these either. Your collages.
Yeah, those are really fun, and I still use I use spray paint and markers and all sorts of things in those ones.
Great. These are awesome. Yeah, that was the one thing. Definitely, when I was the last couple of days, I was kind of going through your stuff. Like Willie and I try to tend to not to look too deeply into anything. Obviously, we want to have things to talk about and like some understanding of who you are when you come on the space. But we don't like to dig deep and be like asking questions that you hear a million times or asking questions that we can answer. So it's really cool. Like, but your collection, I mean, or your collections rather, there's so much. Like, that was what I found. I was like, I'm like, man, there's going to be things I'm missing here, and I won't, I'll find stuff after that I wish I had seen before the show, but now I'm finding stuff. I had never seen this collage stuff. Like, I'm looking at this stuff right now. It's dope. Big.
Collage is so much fun.
Totally,
I
right?
mean, it's my first love. Like, I've always enjoyed doing collage. So that's why I still incorporate it. Like, and even in my AIIA work, there's collage mixed in there. And I don't know, I really like it. I really love it as a medium.
It is. We've talked to a few collage artists, and yeah, it seems to be doesn't seem to be a really dark vibe coming with when you're a collage artist, right? Like, it's fun. It's awesome.
It is fun. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of like anatomical collage as well, but but yeah.
Is the fun part like trying to find the other medium to put together, or like the physical aspect of actually assembling it all together, or like a Lego set, or like,
I like
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like the assembling bit. It's kind of like, putting bodies together, which I know how to do. So to me, it's just like assembling the pieces all in the right order, like a big puzzle.
For sure.
That's how I think about it. Yeah.
Do you it's because with putting the bodies together in the collage and everything, do you like to do puzzles? Like regular
I do.
Kind of puzzle? All right.
I do very much, actually. I used to, what? I got that from my grandma. My grandma and I used to put puzzles together, and it was just always so much fun. So I still enjoy them. Of course, I don't do them much anymore, but I do enjoy them.
Doing collage puzzles now.
Doing collage puzzles.
Who else? Jen's a little loopy, actually. That's I don't know if you're familiar with Jen's a little loopy, but she does.
I am.
Yeah, and I just got a couple weeks ago. It's been sitting at my post office box in the U.S. for a couple months now, but I finally got down. I got an actual collage piece from her, a physical, and
nice.
Just love it. I mean, even for me, and she did it on a hardcover from a book.
Oh, nice.
Was actually the backing for it. So like that was like, it was in the description, and then I was like, oh, okay, whatever, didn't think much of it. And then when I actually got the piece and held it in my hands, I'm like, this is so freaking cool. Like, not only is this like, bits and pieces of paper that have been collected from different and put together into this cool piece of art, but it's like on this hardcover book as the background. Like, it's just it was just added that extra element to it.
And that's wicked.
Yeah.
I've thought about doing like my own like anatomy book and all different collages on each page, different parts put together from other different parts, and I think that would be fun.
That'd be a coffee table book I'd put out.
Yeah, that would be fun.
It would be fun. I'm just looking at the one right now. I don't know what it's called because I have it blown up here, but it's like a muscle dude, and he's got spam in an interesting spot.
I know which one you're talking
about anatomy. For
I think
those,
it's called I'm a Man.
is it? Oh, that might be because it does say I'm a man on the across the top. So I don't know if that, but yeah. For those
Yes, I'm a man.
for those that are watching on YouTube, we just had that up there. That's awesome. That one's not a physical one, Willie. Sorry. That's why Willie's been really quiet right now. He's clicking through those right now. He wants to
Dude, I'm
find
still looking for these bunnies.
out.
I'm finding some really cool stuff along the way, though, so
Right?
it's all right.
I know. It's like let's all take a moment and go to everybody in here. Pick one of her accounts and jump in, click around for 5 minutes, and come back and tell us what you find. No, just kidding. Don't go anywhere. Don't go
Seriously.
anywhere. Good night stories for big girls actually is I really dig it. And it's
Oh,
not
that was a fun collaboration too.
that is very cool.
Yeah, I'm big on collaborations. I really enjoy doing them. And this is, and Five is a poet and a writer, and so she had some poems from a series that she did, Good Night Stories for Big Girls, and then I made the art to go with the quote from the story.
Very cool. And I'm just reading it here. So we'll get quiet. Everybody shh. I would
Read it out loud.
I was but I was gonna say I'll sound corny reading it out loud, but I guess you guys are all having to listen to my voice anyway. So no. Need to experiment and to be open to experimentation. Do vulvas, for example, react well to the use of communication tools such as the famous dildo? I got like caught. I tripped on my tongue. That was it. That
I
was
just
all
want
that
to make
was
sure we
up
had
there.
that clean for sound clipping later.
What's that?
Make sure we had it all nice and clean for sound clipping later.
Right. I guess we kind of did there. I said vulva. That kind of caught because I didn't pre-read it really. I didn't get to the end of it and I didn't see that, but I think I pulled off that word pretty good.
You did well, yes.
I did good. I'm good. That's it, folks. I'm out of here. Have a good night. Bye.
I was trying to match the visual to that quote, and I had to quickly find it myself. So I found it. I remembered which one it was.
Okay. Oh, not the vulva. You had to find the piece of Jesus.
Yes, the artwork.
All right. Adults. No, I really like the piece. The piece is really cool. And the reason the thing that caught me was number one was the background seems very 80s, like the very digital synthwave kind of feel to it. And then, but I'm a big fan of nose art, like on airplanes. So that's where the ladies, like that's where my attention was drawn, was with them. Obviously, that you have that kind of look to them.
Well, and I had to get some medical woman in there somewhere.
Of course. If it wasn't an open wound, it
No.
had to be. It had to be something,
Had to be something medical.
right? And a good job you did. Hello, nurse, as they would say. I guess. Yeah, these are great. I love these collage pieces. These are fantastic. That's funny that Willie and I both didn't see these until tonight. Very cool.
Yeah.
So with your AI, AI is a regular tool for you, yes?
It is now, yeah.
How did you come about with the AI? Did was it a natural thing that you said, hey, this is a really cool tool, I'm going to jump on board, or did you push back a little bit at it and until you got familiar with it?
No, I started using AI back in, God, quite a few years ago now. I mean, probably within the first year or so, I started making art. I started tinkering around with Art Breeder, it was called. I don't know if it's still called Art Breeder or not. What I liked about it was that you can modify the genes of each image you create, which I thought was kind of cool. But it really wasn't working for me. Like I felt like I didn't have as much control, and I really didn't know anything else at that time. I used a bit of Deep Dream at that time, did a lot of bubbly people. And then when I went to that residency I mentioned earlier, we were studying gene technology, gene modification. It was during the research for that that I thought it would be kind of cool to use AI to modify the human body. And it worked out really well because for that residency, This was still during COVID, so we still had travel restrictions. The residency was supposed to be in Oslo, Norway, and some of us couldn't travel into Oslo. So we ended up having two hubs, one in London, England, which is the hub I was in, and then the people who were already in Norway stayed in Norway for their hub. So we had to do something digitally. So it was a great opportunity for me to start digging more into, I was using Google Colab notebooks at that time. I can't remember which one. VQGAN, I think I was using. God, it seems so ancient now. But that's the one I was using at the time, and I used that for this project. So we did this, the project we did, each of us had a few words. We had to make some art around those words and then pass it to the next person, and they had to modify it. So I always ended up doing some little videos of whatever artwork I received, and then we put them all together at the end. So it was really cool to actually really dive into AI at that time, and I kind of got thrown into it because I was like, oh shit, what am I going to do? Because originally I was going to do collage, and then because we had to go the digital route, it was came naturally, and then I was like hooked. I was like, wow, this is really cool.
Once again, being able to use the fun tools to accomplish, a serious thing.
Mm-hmm.
Something that's going down. Cool.
Yeah, and I was always big on experimenting anyways, and every time something new came out, then I was trying it and seeing how it worked, how it was different, how my prompting needed to change, how any initial image I use, how that changed the weights and everything. It was really actually kind of cool. So that's how I got started with it, and it's just, snowballed from there.
Heck yeah, using the tools.
Yeah, and now I can train my own models, and I don't need to use standard models anymore.
You're one of the cool kids.
I'm a cool kid,
You're a
finally.
Cool kid. We got
52. I'm finally cool.
Cool kids. Hell yeah. And you can buy your own toys. So,
That's right.
Right? That's what it's all about. That's what I say. The only difference between me and a 12-year-old is I can buy my own toys.
That's right. Don't need to wait for our allowance.
Right? No. Well, I guess kind of we do, but it's not called allowance anymore. It's a paycheck. All right. We don't have to cut the grass. Oh, wait, I do have to cut the grass. Fuck. If I don't cut the grass, nobody will. Damn it. So kind of it is the same thing. All right. We're not going to get back into that. A lot of your stuff that is all of your stuff collaged pieces now, or do you do pieces that you strictly draw out start to finish, or do you always incorporate collaging and taking AI pieces and incorporating them with pieces that you've created? Did that kind of make sense?
Yes, makes complete sense.
Okay.
And yes, I do. I do all the above. A lot of my standard workflow now is I either take a sketch or a collage or a sketch that I've collaged and then feed that into the AI. And then when it comes out, I usually do more collage and some digital painting. So it's a mishmash of everything.
Cool. That makes total sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
You love to use the tools that you have available to you.
Yeah, and I use everything I have pretty much.
Right?
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Come on, I'm sure we can find a kitchen sink somewhere.
No, wait, we're on X. Let that sink in.
Dude. That was reaching deep for a dad joke there.
No, it was an Elon joke.
An Elon joke. Okay, right.
When he walked in after he bought the place, he brought a sink in his hands and said, "Let that sink in."
Oh, Lord.
Wow. I never saw that.
I think I blocked it out, but I'm having flashbacks
now. That's probably why it's called X now. He's like, wait a minute, people are blocking all this stuff out now. Let's really throw something in their face. Let's call it X.
Oh, no. We think he's, sorry, not we, the internet thinks that, not financial advice, that he's trying to buy U.S. Steel because their ticker symbol is X.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah.
So he just wants all things X.
Right? I was just saying,
I don't know.
it's one of those things where, you know, it's like just because you can, sometimes.
Doesn't mean you should.
Yeah.
I mean, but with that kind of money, you can.
I know,
so.
but that's what I'm saying. Again, just because you have the money doesn't mean you. Do you know? Do you know how many times, you know, I've avoided like buying a horse or a goat or something, just because that comes into my head. It's like just because you can, doesn't mean you should. Yeah, where would the goat sleep? The dog's in the bed, you know.
Yeah, but if you had that kind of money and you were just like you'd be like, oh well, the goat just has its own house down the street now and somebody else takes care of it. That's their job.
That's right.
Like there's no thought process there.
Yeah.
There's no more thought process.
I don't know. I guess if I ever end up with that kind of money, I guess that's where I guess we'll know.
If I had that kind of money, I'd definitely have some goats because
Yeah.
I love goats.
Yeah, I know for sure. I mean, that's a bad example because everybody should have goats, especially if you have grass to cut. That's why I wanted to get a goat. Cut the grass.
Natural lawnmowers.
Right? They mow it and they fertilize all in one
They
shot.
do.
That's right.
And they're cute.
They are.
Checking down for the AR department. No, I can keep you guys unmuted.
Why? Why does she want goats?
Of course, she wants goats.
Oh, well, I'm gonna have to email.
Goats,
I'm gonna
pigs,
email the AR
everything.
department and talk to her.
No,
Um,
I don't
so
need goats.
before we get off the goat topic, I wanted to say a couple years ago I went to like this petting farm, this petting zoo, that had like little rides and different things. Normally for kids, but they had adults nights like once a month or twice a month, and I went. So I went and I fed all these little goats. And I'm like having a great time. You know, lady come over. She's like, here's some hay, feed the goats or alfalfa or whatever. And they were all coming over. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. All these little goats. They were like little guys. They were cool. It made me feel like a big dude because they were tiny goats. And after we left that night, I found out that they were fainting goats. And,
Oh.
I missed out on total opportunity. Not once did I see a little goat faint. I was so
I mean, that's
pissed off.
the whole point of having fainting goats, right? Is to watch them
Right.
faint.
And you think they would advertise that. You think you'd be walking in, here's the fainting goat. But maybe they don't, right? Because the goats, people be
Because
scared.
people would be scaring them all the time.
The goats are obese because they never get up because they're always stunned scared. But yeah, no, I was choked after. I was like, man, I wanted to see at least one goat go, me.
Yeah, they just go stiff and
Yeah.
all over. Yeah.
Well, and I would want to touch it. Like that's what I wondered too. Is like are they really that stiff? Can you like pick one up? Like are they stiff like rigor mortis? That was a technical word. I used
Yeah, it's a good one.
Hey, you like that? Rigor mortis. I had to. You've used some very big words tonight. Even when you stumbled and were at a loss for words, then you came back with I can't remember what word it was, and I was like, oh yeah, of course. Bits says you're stumbling like Bits, and then you come back with these elegant words that Bits would never come back with. Not a million weird. That's why the biggest word I'm going to come back with is rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis.
Well, it was a
kids.
follow-up to Volva.
Right? I love Volvo station wagons. They're amazing. But no. Okay.
No.
Okay, where were we going? We were talking AI, using all the tools. Goats. How did we get into goats?
I don't know.
It came from the sink.
Right. Somehow it came.
Makes complete sense.
Right. Oh, right. We were talking about obscure amounts of money to spend it on. Yeah,
Oh,
like
yes,
it's
yes, yes.
interesting. I love.
Yeah,
the-
I've already forgotten because
right. It
I
was-
don't have that much money.
Yeah, exactly. So right back to there. We're all poor, and here we are, using the platform that the rich people have. Okay. All right. We're back on it now. What's in the art world? What's big? What's going on that you got going on right now? Do you have any auctions going on? I thought. I was trying to. Sorry, I was going down.
I just had a few end,
Okay.
which was nice. Yeah. Have a bunch up on Super Rare still. I did drop a couple on Tezos today. Some open editions.
Really?
Yeah.
How the hell
on
did
my,
I miss that?
On my, because it's on another account.
Oh fuck! Of
On my
course,
Dark
right.
Art account. Yeah.
I was actually about to. I was on the Bunny Keeper piece. I was just looking at really cool piece. But anyways, I was just about to get mad at myself because I found most of the times when I miss out on stuff, it's because I realize I'm not following that person on object. But yeah, okay, so I'm probably not following.
Well, you'd have to be following all the wallets though.
Yeah,
All the
no,
different
exactly.
wallets.
So
Yeah.
um, I don't feel bad about that now. Well, now
You
I gotta
shouldn't
find
feel
them.
bad.
Where are they? Which one is it? Why can't I find it? Oh no. Do you have anything
Well,
big? What?
here's a better question: is where, where's the best place for some, with all the accounts, all the different wallets that you have, where's the
Mhm.
best place for somebody to follow what's new and where to find the latest drop? Just your Twitter or?
Twitter, and I'm also on Hug, and I haven't announced today's yet because I forgot, but I do announce my drops on Hug now.
Okay, what the
And
hell is
I
Hug?
think it's a great platform actually.
Oh, look at this. It looks like a different
I
kind of
think
Twitter.
in my link tree it says, yeah, follow on Hug.
I'm right up there. Hug right now.
Yeah.
Got that on there. Hug.
So I've been seeing that a lot lately. What is Hug? Is it just a new storefront basically, like object or OpenSea?
No,
But
it's not a storefront, but you can add your collections. It's kind of like a portfolio. You have all your work on there from the different platforms with all your links. You can announce drops, you can announce events, uh, you can have commissions open for artwork. You can post updates on things that you're doing. So I find it really helpful. Actually, I really like it.
here we go. We got to get on Hug.
Yeah, I'm scrolling.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling a Hug right now. I might have to sign up for Hug. It's clean. It's a good-looking format that it's set up as. Love that.
It is, and it's fairly new as well. Like I was just onboarded, I don't know, within the last month, I think.
Yeah, just from what I'm looking at, this is the first time I've actually clicked on a Hug profile, and yeah, no, I'm sitting here, very clean, looks very good. I like it. I might have to check that out. Okay, Willie, we might have. Yay! Another platform.
Yeah.
I don't know if it really applies to us though. Maybe it does. We're not artists, Willie. What do
Maybe
we
he
sell?
does. I don't know. Sign us up an account. Let's throw
All right,
some.
yeah, I know. How many accounts?
Yeah,
How many
It
accounts?
says,
Influencers are on
it
there
says something
too.
about referrals I saw today there. So get us a
Right.
referral link so we can get it out there for people.
I was gonna
Follow
say.
our link.
I was gonna say. How many accounts have we signed up for that we don't even use for anything?
Oh God,
I use,
have a
I use
lot.
Twitch occasionally.
I think if we're in Twitch, yeah.
Yeah. Mostly just to watch when Jayburn streams.
Oh, right, fair enough. Yeah, everybody's got these accounts though. Everybody's got a million accounts that.
I can't even handle Twitter. Never mind. I'm signed up for anything else.
It's a lot. Twitter's
Yeah,
a lot these
it
days.
is. Twitter
Yeah.
is a lot going on. I mean, I don't know. I've never really. I understand. I get the idea and the concept of being out there and being in as many places as you can be, but really, how much of a difference does it make is what I wonder sometimes. Like when I hear somebody post to 14 different social media accounts every time they post something, like what the hell? Like,
Oh, I couldn't do that.
right? Like, and it
No
kind of
way.
it kind of makes you wonder, like, how many followers are you getting? Are you only getting like 2 followers from this account and 2 followers from that? Well, then does it really matter? I don't know.
I mean, I have an Instagram, and I hardly ever post there.
Yeah.
I go on Instagram to look at cute animal videos and fake videos of UFOs, things
Right?
like that. People
There you go.
dancing, I
Yeah.
hardly ever post on there. I probably should, but Twitter's enough.
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
enough interaction for me in the day of Twitter.
Right? That's the way that I
Yeah.
feel. I'm with that vibe. I like that. And even we have WX8BK. We have an Instagram account, but we don't use it.
Yeah.
We-
It never gained much traction.
No.
So
Willie
Yeah,
got
what are
us.
we doing here?
Willie got us on it, and then every time I made the little promo reels, I would always have to tell Willie, "Can you throw that up on the Instagram?" They throw up the Instagram, and then Willie's like, "I don't know if this really does anything for us. Maybe if we put a cute puppy in it or something." Right? Fainting goats.
Fainting
WX8BK.
goats.
WX8BK.
home of the fainting goats.
Home of the fainting goats.
Um, all right, I want to get back on track a little bit because I know I got a
Oh.
lot of questions still. Um, so another theme that's like pretty relevant in your works
Hmm.
is pop culture and like nostalgia, um, 90s video games, movie, TV, that kind of stuff. Like where, you know, it's hard to pin something like that down, but like where does, is that just something you always grew up with? Is it, going back to having money? Did you not have much money? And so, because a lot of times we we look at those things that we weren't able to get as kids, and then like that's what becomes our nostalgia because we weren't able to, we just saw advertisements over and over, but we weren't able to like get them because we didn't have the money, kind of thing. So like
Yeah,
where does all that influence come from, I guess?
definitely from my youth and all the things I enjoyed doing as a child. Like I think back how much freedom we had as children. And I don't think the kids have that kind of freedom today. And I mean, maybe we shouldn't have had it back back in the 80s as well, but we did. Um, and those memories are like they're really fond memories for me. I really enjoyed my youth, like you get up in the morning at the crack of dawn and pack your rucksack filled with snacks and get on your bike and go off on adventure, and all the snacks are gone by 9 a.m. and you come home when the street lights come on. Like that's what we did back then. So all of that kind of stuff comes from my youth and all those things that I enjoyed doing.
Do
Just the
you
fun stuff.
She said
is there
rucksack.
something that like stands out more? Like, do you like video games more than movies, or I mean, because you reference a lot of them in different stuff. Like, what's do you have a favorite movie from those times, or something that like really stands out and influences your work?
Um, I think really, well, all science fiction movies, I think, because there's always a bit of science fact or science fiction in my work as well. So those are the type of movies I really enjoyed when I was growing up. E.T. was one of my favorite movies. I saw it in theater like probably about 5 times. And I used to enjoy going to the arcades back when we had arcades. They had the Tetris was one of the
Right.
games that I enjoyed, although I don't think that was in the arcade. I think that was Nintendo or something. um yeah, it was just so much fun, like getting all our quarters and going and spending the day. Like, god, good times.
Yeah, very much. We used to always play Street Fighter.
You had which?
Am I still here? Are we still here?
Somebody's there.
Sorry, I just dropped out there. I know everybody was concerned. Did we lose Willie? Yep, we totally did. So some shit really went down there. It wasn't just made up. Oh, thank God Willie's gone. Now we can really get down to some serious nitty gritty.
He disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I do. I like to just kick him out every once in a while and say, "Shut up, Willie. You asked too good of questions." Um, I think I've there's been a few artists that we've spoken to where the who have that kind of retro '80s kind of style, and use that to relive that stuff and stay fresh with all that really cool shit back in those days. And there's also younger generation artists who go back to that kind of stuff and search it out because they didn't get to live in that time. And I think I totally agree. Well, you said that like we got to do all kinds of great things, and maybe we shouldn't have been able to do some of those things, but it's true. It's a time that's gone, and it will never ever come back. Like not even close.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Like I can't, like I can think of some of my like younger cousins, and like there's a large age difference between us, and I was like, man, they never would have survived the 80s.
Right?
No way.
Oh,
No
dude,
way.
I look at my niece and nephew right now. I think my niece is 12 years old and nephew's 9, I think. Or actually, I probably got that wrong. I know they're not listening, so I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it's like I look at them and go, man, you guys are so soft. Like you, all your parents did was ask you to put away the dishes that were on the table, and you're freaking out and having problems doing this and that, and like, man.
We'd get left at the grocery store and
Oh.
just hope mom came back because
Dude.
we didn't have any cell phones.
Right.
It was like, oh well, I guess I'll just sit on the curb and
Like-
hopefully she comes back and gets me.
Like childcare? What?
What?
What are you talking
Yeah.
about? It
Nobody
was-
had childcare.
Yeah, no, I remember it was like, okay, well, you're in grade 4 now, so mom's gonna go back to work, and just get on that
Take
bus.
care
and-
of your
Yeah,
6-month-old 6-month-old brother.
right? Exactly. He's sitting there, and then all of a sudden at 9:30 at night, somebody rolls in the door. Oh well, I guess I better cook you dinner. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit.
Oh.
What'd you do today? Well, I went and jumped my bike across that canyon that you told me not to jump my bike across, and then, and then I was, fishing off the freeway bridge. I had a good day,
God, good times.
right? Typical
Yeah.
80s stuff.
I used to line up the neighborhood kids, the small neighborhood kids on the road, and I'd hop my bike over them.
Did you really do that? That's
Yeah,
so
no issues whatsoever.
Yeah.
I was good.
Yeah,
I was
no, I got
good.
you. I mean, I did.
Yeah.
I did it. It's just,
Mhm.
yeah, no, 100%. Awesome. Fucking rights.
And
Now
those
it-
homemade ramps you hope didn't collapse
Yeah.
as you were going over them.
Oh man, the homemade ramps. I was talking to somebody about this recently, and I was like, "Yeah, we just build ramps out of whatever, like no
And it
thought."
really was whatever.
Yeah, like I was the example I used was like somebody, a kitchen cabinet door that you found in the back alley, and then like put it on top of a rock, and it's like, oh yeah, that should be
That's
good.
a ramp.
Yeah.
You could jump over 10 kids with that for sure.
Oh, 100%. That's a 10 kidder, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
God.
10 kidder.
That's a 10 kidder for sure, man. If it had been a closet door, man, 20.
Oh God, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. This is wonderful. And then E.T. was a great movie. That's where I kind of dropped out there, was when you just said something about E.T. You saw it a bunch of times actually in the theater.
Oh yeah. 'Cause,
That's
well,
wild.
going to see a movie was only like $2.50 or something.
That's true, right? $2 Tuesdays.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
yeah.
it was.
That's
Yeah.
right. It used to be so damn cheap back in the day.
God, yeah. And
Although
horror films. The horror films really. I love being scared, and God, those horror films. Even though I watch them now, and I'm just like, God, these are so stupid. How did I ever enjoy these? But like as a kid, those were great movies.
right?
Like the whole series, Halloween, Friday the 13th, whatever.
The
They were all
cheese.
awesome.
The cheesy horror. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I mean, obviously now when the number one thing when you go back to those movies is we've been very spoiled with special effects and computer graphics nowadays, right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, back then though, I mean, that was, and I mean, I think it's something, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I know that there's a lot of directors these days that are trying to make a resurgence of that, of doing things without using
Practical
CGI.
effects.
Yeah, without using CGI and stuff like
I know
that.
the guy. I don't know his name, but the guy who directed Horrifier and Horrifier 2.
Right.
He really went back to practical effects for a lot of that. I'm not into gore, so I didn't watch those films. But
That was back when, like,
Oh, wow.
one scene that we would look at nowadays and go, God, look how cheesy and cheap that is. But it's like back in the day, it's like they would have prepped for weeks to film that one scene that they could have only did once. Right?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
yeah, but I mean, a lot of movies with practical effects just hold up in the longer term, though.
Yeah,
If you look at like Jaws and Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park, like those movies they hold up so well against anything else that might have tried to use CGI. Like, okay, Twister and Jurassic Park came out at the same time. Twister is laughable. You know what I mean? I mean, it was kind of funny when it came out. It was
especially
kinda cheesy,
when they're up with the
but
cow
now
flying
it's just
around.
straight laughable. And Jurassic Park is like, it could have been released 2 years ago.
That's fair enough. Yeah. Well,
Other than the Jeep models and things like that, but
Um, Dehi, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna call you Dehi. Can I just call you Dehi?
Of course.
All right, I'll just call you Dehi.
Hmm.
What was your favorite horror film from back in the '80s? Did you have?
Oh,
I mean, you
I
mentioned
really
the
liked. Okay,
Halloweens, but
Hellraiser scared the crap
oh,
out of
dude,
me. God, I think I had to sleep with my light on after that one.
right?
And another one, oh, it was with that guy, that tall actor. Jacob's Ladder was another one.
Yeah, that was an oddball one. That one.
Yeah, that
Uh,
really made me
yeah,
think. And then Pet Cemetery. Those are like the three that I remember.
wasn't Jacob's Last Ladder also a Stephen King?
Oh, it might have been, yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. Cool. Yeah, Pet Cemetery was. I recently watched Pet Cemetery like about a month ago. I totally forgot. Like I know I watched it
The,
when I was
the new one or the old one?
the old one, the original. Um, and but I was like, I totally forgot how like off of a movie that really was.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
but the
God.
Hellraiser is like my favorite. Like I really like Hellraiser a lot.
Never seen Hellraiser.
Oh, really cool,
Oh, God. They're so creepy.
right? That
Oh,
remember that there was
what are
that.
they called? Those,
Yeah, I can't
oh.
remember, but there was that one. Remember, there's the one with like the teeth, like the mouth is like stretched open with hooks and wires, and the teeth are just like chattering. Oh
Oh,
fuck!
yes. Chatterer. That's
It was.
that's what he was called, I
Well,
think.
there we go.
Chatterer.
All right, I knew that.
Oh,
Cool.
they were called something. Cenobites.
Is that what it was?
Cenobites? I think
Well,
so.
we just say it. Just say it positively, and that's
Cenobites, that's what
yeah,
they're called.
yeah, damn straight. And anybody that didn't know that, shame on you. Yeah, no, I love that. Was my favorite. I loved Hellraiser. That was really good. Nightbreed was another one that came out back in the. Oh, it was more in the '90s, maybe. Anyways, cool. It's odd that you liked horror movies. It's very interesting. I would have never imagined.
Yeah.
um,
I even did a whole Halloween series with Rick.
Rick, who? You dropping it like we should.
You
Did
know
I know
Rick.
Rick?
Oh, Rick
You
from
know
Canada. Freaking rights. No, it's.
Rick. Yeah, Rick from Canada.
I know Rich.
You know Rich from Canada?
I know Rich from Canada. He was down here a minute ago. He was down here earlier.
Rick
I don't know Rick.
Kitagawa.
Rick Crane?
Rick Kitagawa.
Oh.
I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong.
Hmm.
Dark Wheel on Twitter. Dark
Oh.
Wheel NFT.
I
Him and I did a whole series of Halloween stuff.
I gotta find that now. Is that listed on one of your object?
Yeah, I think it's in my experimental.
Is your
Oh
experimental?
yeah,
And your
experimental, and it's called Halloween.
experimental AI on object, and it's called Halloween. Well, how easy is that?
It has
I could,
Halloween monsters, but that's not. I don't think that's the. We did a whole series together of Halloween Monsters Remixed is the one I did with Rick.
monsters.
I did see a whole series of of more than Halloween of Hellraiser and some other ones in there.
Yeah,
Just
we
yours.
did Hellraiser and Pennywinkle. Pennywise.
Pennywise.
Ankle.
Not Pennywinkle. I always call him Pennywinkle.
We're going
for some
British.
reason.
Oh, you did a couple of the butterfly skulls?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Oh, it's cool. I should look around. I know I bought a bunch of those. I should look and see if I have one that you did. It'd be interesting to know. That's something I haven't done. I did not look through my collection to see what other stuff of yours that I may have picked up, because that's something that I've found over time too, is that we've talked to artists where it's like, man, how come you weren't on our radar? Like, why have I never heard of you till now? And geez, I don't know. And then I go through my wallet like, a few weeks later and I'm like, oh, look at these 6 pieces that you bought.
or that
I
you
love
got from the
doing
vending
that.
machine or something.
Yeah, I love doing that. Like searching my collections and be like, oh, yes, I have some. All right.
Oh, look at these Monsters remix. These are badass.
Yeah, that's the collection with Rick.
Yeah. Cool. I'm going to throw a few of these up on the screen. Some badass pieces in here. Look at this. Like, oh, yeah, totally. There's Pinhead right there.
Pinhead looks juicy.
The sharer of sights. Juicy. Oh, these are cool. These are like, why isn't your stuff on the front of a Tool album, I wonder?
Ah, that would be cool. I
Right?
always
That would
want to
be
do
great.
albums. I think I did a series of album covers, but like my own album covers.
The album covers you've never owned. And then you'd meet somebody and go, no, no, I totally own that one. I know I own that one. It's in my mom
Yeah,
handed it down to me.
Mandela affect a bunch of people.
Right.
Make them think they had the album on an album cover.
Damn straight.
That'd be a cool series.
Oh, these are so great. The colors, sorry as I choke and cough off mic
I'm
there.
thinking like the Nirvana baby, only he's not in baby form. He's, you know, all stripped down skeleton anatomy form.
That'd be
Like
cool.
that kind of stuff.
Oh, that would be kind of interesting.
I have an early work I did, digital work, which I ended up printing on like acrylic, which was kind of cool. And it's like a fetus in utero. And it's now
Great album.
hanging in a hospital in Ireland, which I thought was kind of cool. They ended up buying it.
Oh, that
I was
is
like,
cool.
oh, that's kind of wicked.
Okay, I actually have this written down as a question. Like how much, well, the question was going to be, is your art in any hospitals as like teaching tools or anything like that? So I imagine this one that you're saying that you're just talking about is not as a teaching tool, but just as like an art piece.
Yeah. And
But-
then go ahead.
I was thinking more along the lines of like you go into every stupid doctor's office and they've got some shitty chart of something and these are the symptoms or whatever. Like how much better it would be if it was like cool and like visually represented much better, like in your style, but still correct.
That would be cool. There is a few of my works at the hospital I used to work at, and some of my colleagues, including some of the doctors I worked with, bought a few. So it is around in hospitals and in personal offices, which would be kind of cool to see. But
Damn.
I don't know if anyone would ever recognize it. They'd just be like, "Oh, what's that?"
Damn, I'm starting to realize you're like an artist.
I know. I guess so.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, I
It's
guess
kind of hard to believe.
if I ever have to go to the hospital in Toronto, I'll keep an eye out for sure.
Yes.
Well, you got to
Be
put
like,
that.
Hey, is that? But then it'll be under like my real name, so they would never know it was Dehiscence.
Ooh.
So it's even more mysterious.
Would
I think if I was in a hospital in Toronto and I saw a piece that looked like yours, I'd be like, I'm gonna ask her about this.
Yeah.
Like, I think this might be one of hers.
well, there you go, Willie. It's on my list of when I travel now. If I ever make it to Toronto,
Check out the hospitals.
I'm going to check out the hospitals. Here I was trying to look for Banksy pieces in Italy, and now I'm like, no, I should be looking in my own backyard, in the hospitals even.
In the hospitals, yeah.
Right? What did you do? Well, I went to a few hospitals. Oh my God, are you okay? Oh yeah, no, totally. It was an art thing.
I was searching for Dehiscence.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally. Why not? I've never been to Toronto. I've
Really?
transferred at the airport, but I've never been to Toronto, yeah. And I know I should. It's my
Well, it's a city.
yeah, and
We should travel there for like some elective surgery or something.
Well, we
Yeah.
do have
Yeah.
patients come from all over the country, so because
Oh.
we're very specialized.
I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. Maybe I can go up there for
Carpal
that.
tunnel.
I think it's the other way around. I think most of us Canadians go down to the States to get some surgery done. I don't think
Probably.
that's usually how it works. If you have the money to, anyways, I guess.
If you don't want to wait.
Yeah, that's what it usually is that you don't want to wait.
Yeah.
And you have the money for it, right? I think the Canadian government kicks it back, but maybe they don't.
No idea.
No idea, no clue. Just I'm a home.
Not medical advice from the American.
No, not medical advice from me either, man.
No.
I don't know, just traveling anywhere away from home. I mean, going into a hospital for any kind of procedure is, off as it is, but traveling other places for it would make me feel real uneasy. I like being home. Like people that go down for plastic surgery to Mexico, what the hell is going through their brains?
No.
Dude, yeah, I don't get that one.
Sorry if
I
anybody
don't
in
get
here.
plastic surgery, but
Well, I mean, sure,
Yeah, that too.
sure, that's fair enough too. But so on top of that, head on down to Mexico. Sorry if any of our listeners have gotten plastic surgery done in Mexico, and want to say great things about it, but I think it's a little off.
probably just cheaper, I would think.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
much
there's
cheaper.
probably reasoning for that too. Where was it? Florida, where I don't think it was all plastic surgeries, but some like
You don't need to be a doctor to perform or
yeah,
something like
well
that.
you just
What?
you have to be a medical
Yeah.
you a dentist can do it. Like you have to still be some kind of a doctor, but it's like any doctor. Like a dentist can do the like
Butt lifts and stuff.
butt
I
lifts
think
and
they were doing a lot
yeah
of down there.
yeah. So it's like
Oh Lord.
yeah, it was very interesting. I remember watching something on it and I was like, what? Oh, so you give me a brighter smile and a tighter butt. Thanks.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd trust my dentist with my butt.
No, I don't either.
No, like they're very specific.
Yeah,
Two
right.
totally different areas.
It's
I think that's lawsuits in every other state actually.
yeah,
If
no,
it touches your butt.
yeah.
Pretty sure.
Fair enough.
Pretty sure you get a broken arm if you touch my butt.
Yeah,
I think that's how
Yeah.
it works.
not gonna end good in a dental office. Not usually any doctor's office unless you're in there for a butt lift.
I imagine you would know how to break an arm really easily.
I do.
Oh, cool.
Just the knowledge.
I do. Yes.
Have you thought
Of
about
course.
thought about a whole series of YouTube videos?
How to break an arm.
How to break a
a leg.
They say
Apply
femur.
pressure here.
They say femurs are strong. We'll show you why not.
Have you ever had to like purposefully break a bone like that? Like on I'm thinking like on an excavated bone, obviously. But have you ever had to
No.
like actually do that?
No. I put them back together. I don't.
Oh, I know. I was thinking like maybe like you got some fused together somehow, so you have to like break one apart and then put it back together.
Or if business is getting slow.
Sometimes things are attached with like or other organic material like rocks and clay and things like that. You have to you don't break them, but you have to very carefully chisel away or drill away that material to separate them.
So would you have done a lot of field work, or would this all have been stuff that would have been brought to you back when you were doing that kind of thing?
I did both, the
Okay.
field work and the lab work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we had discussed earlier, like about old, mass war graves, or say, or airplane crashes. Would you have done older stuff that has been there for a while and newer stuff? Did you ever do like fresh plane crash kind of stuff? I'm sorry.
Fresh plane crash.
Can jet fuel melt steel buildings?
Oh no,
Yes.
no.
I never
Not going
did plane crashes. But I had done like recoveries like from like earthquakes and things like that.
Okay.
And then I did older graves like when I was in school and earlier on in my career. That's kind of how like it was like my field work when I was like still in school. I think I did maybe one after I graduated, but most of it was more modern graves.
Did you ever have to visit a body farm? Like I know there's one like down in Louisiana. Like I think it's at the school of LSU.
Yeah, there was I think there was only one at that time, and it was in the United States. I never went to it. And as far as I know, I think they were gonna open up one in Canada and Quebec, I think, but I'm not actually sure if that actually happened or not. But I think that's a great idea because that's very, very useful. So
Yeah,
they should have more body farms.
The one I know about, the one in the U.S., I'm pretty sure it's LSU. It might be University of Alabama or one of those other southern states, but their soil temperatures and heat and humidity are like so perfect that it accelerates the aging of decomposition, like faster than
Yes.
if you were like in the desert or up in
Yeah.
Canada in a tundra.
Yeah,
kind
it
of
really
thing.
depends on the climate
So I guess all
and
the
what
more
it's buried in. Yeah.
I guess all the more reason that there should be one of those in everywhere in different climates.
Well, it allows them to get a lot more research done in a lot shorter amount
Sure.
of time.
Shorter period of time.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up
Yeah,
here,
I'm
And you just
looking
kind
at-
of adapt that to different climates and zones.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if there was one ended up being one in Canada,
Yeah,
because there was one in Australia and she moved to Canada.
of course.
The one that created it moved to Canada, and I think she was going to open up one. I think, yeah. Well, it's in French here, so I'm assuming it's going to be in Quebec.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but
and
there's a bunch in the U.S. now, from what I see.
And
Scrolling through here.
For anybody that's listening that doesn't know what this is, but I'm looking down here and I know that everybody here knows exactly what we're talking about. This is a farm where they take bodies that were usually donated to science, and it's for forensics. So they do studies, if I'm correct, they do studies on the different composition rates of bodies so that they know, and different things, right? Like how it reacts with different stuff as well, the bodies, so that when they go to a crime scene, they can look at a body and better tell how long it's been there, right? Or
Yep.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, great explanation.
Yeah. And so if we're all planning trips, I mean, hey, if we want to do a group field trip.
Poke, is Poke still in the room? He said he knows somebody down in Louisiana.
Oh yeah, Poke. Oh, he left. Yeah, no, right? He's been trying to get us down to Louisiana. He says lots of connections down there, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Hook us up with the body farm too.
Wait a minute. No. Somebody tells me they want to take me to a body farm. Maybe I don't want to go on that trip.
Maybe this has been a long play the whole time.
Oh, speaking of body farms, we got our European connections in here now. Our Irish connection, I guess I could say.
Well, speaking
Irish
of bodies,
yeah.
Have you ever seen the bodies exhibit?
Oh, of course.
I figured that was going to be
Man.
it. Like, how excited were you when that first came out? Like, were you just like, "Oh my god"?
Yeah, that's pretty much me. Yeah. When I travel and I look for like street art, I also look to see if there's a Body Worlds exhibit, because I'm definitely going to it. I would love to learn how to do that. I would love to learn to do plastination. I think that'd be really cool.
What a great process. Like, amazing. I have never personally been to an exhibit, and literally it's because I walk up and I look at the price and I go, nah. but then also
totally worth it.
But then I also do have regret after, right? Because it's like, well, you can't. I mean, it's like, Bits, you're interested in this shit, right? You want to see this. This is really cool. They got a camel in there, like, but I've seen it. Vegas was the one place I could have went, and it was just so astronomically expensive there. Like it was ridiculous. The one place you don't want to go see something like that is Vegas, because you're going to pay a premium. But it's also it's been here in my city twice. We've had 2 exhibits here, but I never went. Who knows why?
Yeah, I can barely stand looking at the posters driving down the strip in Vegas.
Oh, I'm
like, no, thank you. I don't want to see that.
I think it's so cool.
I think it's super cool, and I think it's great what they've done, but I don't like to look at it. And like on that same note, like a lot of your art actually, like, I'll turn away from for that similar reason, because some of it is very similar. And
really?
Like, no, this isn't the collection for me. I'll come back later.
Oh,
like, I know there's other stuff in there. I'm gonna skip this collection.
So I guess, Willie, I can't ask you which pieces do that to you, because you don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Right? It's like
yeah.
It's definitely. Is it the pieces in the Heidi AR or AR? The Heidi AR going all pirate.
I don't know. I just know I see some of them and I'm like, let's scroll a little faster.
Yeah, and see that's totally the exact opposite of me. Where earlier I said it's like I can't just scroll through her art. I have to stop and look. Like this Heidi AI stuff, this collection that you got here. I've never looked at this. I love it.
That's brand new.
Is it?
That's it's a collaborative collection
Oh, I
with
love this.
Let me open it up here.
I would tell you, but I'm too enthralled in this one piece that I'm stuck on right. Nan, or is that you? Is that? Wait a minute. Well, who are you in this collaboration?
No, I only have 2 in there.
Oh,
There's 2
oh,
it's like gift gallery.
oh! I got you. Okay,
And
I
it's
see.
a
I see. I
collaboration.
see.
Yeah, so I have
yeah.
2 in there, and then there's a bunch of other artists who did some really cool stuff.
Oh, Shelley's got a unit in there.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay, well, where the hell are yours then?
I made one, Heidi Goes Vanilla.
There she is, right there. Yeah, that's the one
And
I'm just looking at right
Heidi
now.
Goes Goth. They're actually both pretty tame for me. But I was like experimenting with like glitchy stuff, as you can see.
I don't know how vanilla this Heidi is. She looks shifty. That goat looks like it has devil eyes. It is kind of vanilla. And then Heidi goes, what's the other? Oh, I'm going to click on
Goth.
This. Heidi goes goth. Going goth. All right. That's cool. Well, I'm glad I didn't make some comments on the first piece that I was looking at, and then you would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not mine. Do you even know?
It's a whole collection of.
Do you even know who
artists.
you're talking to? Oh, there's Heidi Goes Goth right next to it. Oh yeah, yeah, very, very goth. Oh, it's not. I thought that was the lamb skull, but it's not. It's another human skull.
It's a human skull. Yeah.
Went,
I'd put a bone in there somewhere.
Right? She went goth and she ate the lamb.
So sad.
So a little bit earlier, well, way back at the beginning, kind of we touched on a little bit of influences. You had mentioned Da Vinci. Is there anybody in the modern day space that you influences you and that you look to for guidance and inspiration in this Web3 world?
Oh God, there's so many. There's so many artists. Like when I'm scrolling through Twitter, like every day, I'm just like, holy crap! Like there's just so many good artists out there. Like so many incredible artists. Like I can't even keep track of everybody. Daniel Jerome is one that I just absolutely love his work, and I've collaborated with him a lot. I really, really enjoy his work.
Maybe this is where you can get him to answer my DMs.
Yes, okay, I will.
We had to do that with Purge. We
had
to ask Rich Sanders to tell Purge just to answer my DMs.
I'll tell him.
Let him know.
Yeah, that guy's been bugging me for months.
I'll be like, just answer him already.
Yeah.
You know, it's actually funny how many times we've connected that way because, you know, I mean, obviously, I imagine your DMs are a huge hot mess.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and you know, like...
And they're closed. Like, I don't even keep mine open. So those people that keep theirs open, they're like, oh my God, how do you do that? I opened mine up for one day and I got so many spam messages. I'm like, that's it. Like, I just can't. Like, right. I just have to close it.
I wish I was that popular to even get spam.
Oh God. And some of them are ridiculous. I'm like, what? Why are you like, as soon as I open them up, there were automatically like 3 messages. I was like, this is crazy.
No, it's where was I going with that? I don't remember. DM's a mess. Yeah, no, sorry. Yeah, that's how we've gotten a lot of our connections too, is literally chatting with artists, and then they're like, oh yeah, my brother-in-law is so-and-so, or like, who is that? Rich, I think it was Rich Sanders. He's like, yeah, my brother-in-law is, or my cousin's husband is Purs.
Yeah.
And then Willie's like, God damn it, tell him to answer my DMs. But it's really cool because it's like, you know, you kind of, you don't want to be pushy, obviously, right? Like if I DM a couple times, like I don't want to be annoying or whatever, but then you kind of go, well, maybe I do want to be annoying. Get my fucking, come on, answer my DMs. But then it's like, yeah, you realize that, you know, somebody like yourself, you know, again, 17,000 followers on Twitter or whatever, however many it is, that's mind-numbing. Even if you were trying to keep up with it, it would be, you need a secretary. Oh, 17.8 thousand. Sorry.
I don't even know.
I didn't want you guys. Well, I didn't want you guys correcting me on my math again. You and Willie jumping on me earlier. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's sorry. I just kind of went off to the side about that. And I cut you off when we were talking about influential people in this space. Yeah, there is so many of them. It's like even as a collector, who do I even collect?
Yeah, like I can have a list of like AIIA is another one who I absolutely adore. Like her work is just And she's a really cool person, which just adds to the appeal because, you know, if you got both those things going on, then that's pretty cool in my book.
Fire.
And Roya Gale, what's her? I don't know what her handle is. Let me open it up. I also really like her work. Yeah, Roya Gale. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
That's okay.
I've never actually pronounced their names out loud, you know?
It's very different. And I mean, even when you look at some of these names, sometimes I find the hardest thing that the one thing that I do is I try too hard and I look too deep into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I come up with some exotic way of saying it, and then the person's like, "No, no, it's Bob."
Bob.
Oh, are you sure it's not Behringer? It looks like Behringer. No, it's just Bob. Oh, okay.
It's just Bob.
It's just Bob. And I find a lot of the times, just being from Canada, not that I speak any French or anything, but I also find that I'll put more of a French, everything that I read that's exotic, I'll always put it into a French kind of tone. I don't know. It's probably what elementary school did to me.
I understand that. I think I do the same thing.
Right?
It comes out in some accent.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make it up. Then when people go, "What did you just say?" "Oh, sorry, I'm Canadian." "Oh, you're Canadian. All right."
Yeah, that makes sense.
"Yeah, it's okay. No worries, mate." Yeah. Have you? I was going to ask you here, and maybe this is obvious, and I should know what the f this is, but on your Twitter page, right, it says, "I make weird art collage, AI digital painter." What is AIIA and AIIA DAO and EW Corpse Collective? Explain what the fuck I'm reading up there.
Those are little art collectives that I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So if
That's all.
we were in the know, we would know.
Yeah, they're
All
just like, I used to have the whole handle in there, but then I ran out of space. The whole handle of them all, but they all have their own handles on Twitter, so you can certainly follow them all.
Gotcha.
They're just little art collectives that I'm
They're
in.
not like different AI tools that.
No, they're just art collectives. Yeah.
I thought
we just hang out in DMs and chat about AI stuff, and
they looked all like heavyweight boxing belts that she had won, is what I thought.
yes, that's what they are.
Right?
Yes. I'll go with that.
She does know how to break an arm.
Yeah. And she could put it back together.
Yep.
The one thing
and
else.
rehab you afterwards.
That's right.
Yeah.
And the one thing too, you got the Canadian flag in there, man. And you know, that's the one thing I do not have in my Twitter, and I don't know why I don't. It's pretty stupid of me, actually.
I had space, and I decided to put my pronouns in there because everyone just assumed I was a dude. But still, people assume I'm a dude because I don't think they read my bio at all.
You know what? Actually, totally thought you were a dude until like maybe 4 or 5 months ago, when someone else was like, that's a girl." I'm like, okay.
Wasn't that Lily? Wasn't that Lily that one night? When she said that, she said, "Well, she," and then Willie's like, "Whoa, what?"
They're like, "She's a she?"
Lily White?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah, she's a wonderful lady. She's a hardworking lady.
She used to make body parts, which I thought would be interesting. I thought she'd be in here. And
I think she's actually here in Toronto right now.
She is. I was going to say she's in your hood right now. They let her into Canada again.
They let her in.
She told us a story. The first time she tried to come to Canada, they turned her away.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. Well, it was when she was doing her forestry work. It was forestry work, right? I think it was. Anyways.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Yeah, so she was kind of transient living, like in different camps, different forestry areas. And so her and her son were going to Canada, but she had like all of this stuff in her car because she was basically working and living out in the wilderness. And they basically like pulled her aside and ripped everything apart because they pretty much thought she was coming up here to stay. right? And they're
as homeless.
yeah, as like yeah, she was just like
Yeah.
gonna sneak up here and stay, so they turned her away the first time.
Oh,
And I'm
poor
like,
Lily.
shit. I'm because at first when she said this, I'm like, Lily White, like Canada turned away Lily White. Like I just don't even get this. Like you know, you might as well be Canadian. You're so nice. But yeah,
True.
right,
Facts.
right,
Well, we have so much space up here. We could have let her in,
right.
right? Like, we have so much land that's just, there's no people.
We've definitely let people in that aren't great. So what the
Oh,
hell?
that's true.
But that's political. We just won't get into that.
Yeah.
We don't do that, eh? No
We
way.
don't do that, eh?
No way, eh? So as a Canadian, you have seen the movie Strange Brew, right?
Strange Brew.
Come on.
You've never seen the movie Strange.
With
I don't know.
Bob
I
and
have
Doug
to,
Bob and
I
Doug
have to
McKenzie.
Google it now. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. I just didn't realize it was called Strange Brew.
Sorry.
I thought it was Bob and Doug.
Right? I mean, if you said that,
Oh, yes, of course.
I probably
Yes,
could have
just-
I probably could have said that too, but
Yeah.
especially
if you
since
said Bob and Doug, I would have been like, oh,
right,
yeah.
especially if since I'm talking to a Canadian, right? Like it's just like if I say we're going to go on a Timmy's run, you're on it.
I'm on it.
You're on it. You know what we're doing. I don't know if you drink any Tim Hortons products, but go to Canadian
Well,
Tire.
I used to work in healthcare, so yeah, I drink a lot
Oh, yeah.
of coffee.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Right on. We'll go pick up some Timmy's while we go to Canadian Tire.
Double.
Oh man, the sugar. When I quit smoking, I used to get doubles, but when I quit smoking, I found that the sugar was like atrocious.
The sugar's too much.
And then when so I don't know if you had them out there, but for a short period of time here, they messed around with having like these self-serve kiosks in the side of a Tim Hortons. So like if you were just literally going to get a coffee and like a donut, you could just go do the self-checkout kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And because they have the automated machines, so when they do the cream and the sugar in your coffees, it's always the same, right? They just hit the buttons and it puts in the same amount into everybody's coffee. And then I actually watched a guy doing a double, and I watched how much sugar went in there. And I was like floored, man.
It's
Like,
gross.
dude, that's why your teeth hurt when you drink one of those. I'm like, my God.
Probably half of what Starbucks puts in.
Right?
Ooh.
Oh. But yeah, when I quit smoking, I couldn't drink doubles anymore. I still get the cream because, man, I guess it's just one kind of sugar. It's just, trading in one for another. But the good fats.
Good fats.
Good fats.
Creamy fats.
Right? Keeps you coming back.
It needs to be a certain color.
It does.
Certain shade, or
Yeah.
I can't drink it.
Right?
Almost black.
No.
No. No.
No.
So I had to do that on Friday morning. I had to drink black coffee.
Ew.
Yeah. Or sorry, no, that wasn't Friday. That was Saturday morning at the cabin. I woke up in the morning and I put the pot of coffee out and fired up the burner and the pot brewed, and then I went to go look. I forgot to pack milk, and so I went into the cupboard where I usually have powdered creamer for emergencies, and there was none of that. So I had to drink it.
No.
I had to drink it black. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, when it comes down to it, like, I don't care. I'm drinking my.
You don't keep some Bailey's on hand up there, like a.
Bailey's doesn't stick.
Irish cream.
Bailey's does not stick around. That shit does not stick around. Like, it's gone. Like, everybody wants it. Nobody. It's
That's
so
what I
funny.
would have
It's
up
so
there.
funny because not everybody takes cream or sugar in their coffee, but oh yeah, you pull out the Bailey's. All of
Yeah,
a
oh,
sudden, people don't drink coffee are like, oh yeah, I drink coffee.
Yeah, for the weekend.
Just for the Baileys.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
I like 3 Baileys to 1 shot of coffee. Thanks.
Well, you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning.
Right.
I mean, come on.
That's how you do get to start drinking in the morning.
That's how math works.
Have you had buttered coffee?
No.
Oh,
I
I
have.
had it. Oh, it's so good. Fattening, but it's delicious.
Well, I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
How much butter do
And
they
I
like?
don't. I have no idea. My
Oh.
cousin made it for me, and he's like buttered coffee, and I was like, "Oh, this could be gross," but
It was
you know,
it was a big paleo kick for a while.
Oh.
I don't know if it still is in the paleo communities, but yeah.
it was
To
it was
replace your
really good
cream
though.
with butter, and I'm like, it's literally the same thing.
It is.
Like, it comes from the same part of the cow and
Yeah.
everything. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing here.
No,
But it was delicious.
that's totally
No, that's terrible for you. Butter's better. I'm like, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
I want to check your medical facts again there.
Just have that
YouTube.
with, yeah, you might as well have that with a nice piece of white bread. Go full blown.
Dip it right in there.
But that's the thing. That's the same thing with getting,
Now it's just coffee and toast.
Yeah. But you're skipping.
That's how I got drinking coffee to begin with as a child. My grandma would dip her toast into the coffee and feed it to me, and then I was like, "Give me the cup."
Right.
And that was it.
For me, it was I was like a little kid, and I went fishing with my buddy and his grandpa, and all we had to drink was coffee, and it was like English coffee, where like there was so much sugar in it, like so
Ugh.
much sugar in it. But I was hooked. I mean, that was for a kid. I was like, yeah, I'll drink this. Coffee's good.
Love coffee. I gave it up once, and
Oh,
my colleagues were like, "You need to start drinking again."
you either need to start smoking or you need to drink coffee.
Yes, basically. And I was like, "Yeah, you're probably right."
No, I think coffee is one of the biggest, most important self-medicators in this world.
Yeah, I've given up a lot in my life. I'm not giving up coffee ever again.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
like my coffee. I will, if I have to, I will settle for warm water in the morning, but no, I'll still kill people.
Well, that's called tea, dude. That's called tea.
No, coffee is essential. Coffee is what prevents more mass graves.
It's true, and broken bones,
Right?
because, yeah.
Hands down, it's probably prevented me.
Oh, like you breaking bones. Now
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
That one took me a minute. I'm like, broken bones. Is there a new coffee study? Because there's a new coffee study every year. Like, oh no, it prevents you from breaking up people's bones. Now I got it. All right.
One of the best things, and all the listeners can take this one to heart. One of the best things about studies, that you can do to help yourself with all the studies that come out is to not listen to studies.
Oh no, that's why I always read coffee, wine, and beer studies, because there's always an opposing viewpoint.
Right.
So if you find one that says coffee is bad for you, it's just as easy to find one that says coffee is the best thing you'll ever have.
Right.
Drink only coffee and wine and beer.
Just be one of those people that it's like you keep asking somebody a question in different ways so that eventually they'll answer you the way that you want them to answer you.
Yeah. Exactly.
Big coffee made me do it. Are there artists in the space that you try to get us a little back on track for a moment? Are there artists in the space that you would like, or not even in the space, that you would like to work with and collaborate with? Hard question, I know.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because there's just so many.
It's not a fair question, really, either.
You put me on the spot,
Yeah.
because the list would probably be my
I got a
length.
better question then. When are you gonna do a collab with Texadelic and all of the backstage passengers?
Ooh. Well, now we have to get right on that, because that would be really cool.
You got to put things out in the ether, then it happens.
Yeah.
I've learned that from this space. Is if I say something, it'll happen.
Sometimes I just put out who wants to do a collab, and then people say yeah, and I'm like, okay. So yeah, it works.
Right? Just like that. That'd be
just put
dope.
it out there.
Yeah. Willie, I was going to say that, it doesn't always work that way, because we're still having to do our 9-to-5 jobs, homie. And I'm pretty sure a million times,
some things work that way.
Yeah, well, okay. Collabs work that way.
We got a blimp and coffee, or a ghost taking out the trash piece.
Right.
So, I mean, we got those two things.
And we got a lot.
Saying it out loud.
And we're also, we get to hang one-on-one with some pretty amazing damn artists, like the one we're speaking with tonight as well. Like when we went to Miami, like not everybody in that room got to hug Laser Lou.
True.
But we got to hug Laser Lou. I mean, dude, I'm sure Laser Lou would give hugs to everybody, because Laser Lou's he's just that kind of guy, man. But we got connections that way. And we go to Seattle, like, damn, we're gonna be at the market, and we're gonna roll up, and we're gonna pop up and give Fendel a big hug right there, and everybody will be looking down and going, holy shit, who are those guys? They're hugging Fendel.
Who are those guys?
right? That's what you got to go with, is the who are those guys. You got to be in the right place, the right time, and then that's how you get your foot in the door. And so, interesting story. A little bit interesting bit story from back in his days. In his later years of being a DJ, when he DJ'd in gentlemen's clubs, a really cool benefit of that was that at the end of the night when my shift was over and I got to go to real nightclubs and I got to go with my waitresses and some of the ladies that were entertaining that week as friends, it was really awesome because I would show up to a club with like 7 ladies and all the other ladies that are in the club be looking over there and going, well, what's that guy got? Why are all those women with him? We should get over there. We better get over there. He's probably rich or something.
There you go.
Right? It's a good hookup. It was a good hookup thing.
Validation.
Right? It's like when my sister and her friends would go to the bar. Like my sister and I are only 2 years apart, and we'd go to the bar. I'm like, yeah, I'll drive you. I ought to come in for a beer. Right?
There you go.
That's right. That's so whatever. Little tip for the guys out there if you're looking for just when your sister's gonna go out for drinks with all of her friends, maybe drive and be a nice brother. And then when you're hanging out in the bar with all the ladies around you, all the other ladies will go, well, he's rich. We better go over there and hang out with him, and maybe you get yourself a date out of it. That's Willie, you should cut me off sometimes.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, Pete Davidson must have something going for him because he's not funny. Whatever. Unfollow me if you want on that comment, but whatever.
I don't know. I think he is. Anyways, that is not dating advice.
I'd like it to be.
All right.
Well, I have a similar story just about people staring and wondering who's that. I used to play basketball, and I was like one of the shortest girls on the team, and I'm almost 6 feet tall, and everyone else was like over 6 feet. So anytime we walked anywhere, like we walk into a restaurant and all get quiet. And everyone would be like looking up at this like herd of these giant women, and I was always just like do 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 do, like whatever. I was a kid, I didn't care. I was like the short one, but yeah, everyone would be like, oh, who are they? They must play basketball or whatever. But yeah, it was just funny. It's funny at people's perspectives of things,
especially when they're looking up at people that are over 6 feet tall.
Yeah, and there's like a herd of us.
Right?
There's like 15 of us, all giants, walking in.
Are you basketball players? No, we hate it when people say that. We are actually the people that get shit off of the top shelves.
Players.
Yeah,
because volleyball players are even taller.
Right?
Usually,
they're pretty tall too.
We're the people at Walmart that get stuff off the top shelves. We're actually very underrated. People don't know we exist. And it hurts when you call us basketball players.
Don't they just use forklifts for that?
Yeah, not at Walmart.
At least I can change a light bulb without standing on a chair.
Oh,
that's handy.
Wow, that hurts.
No step stools.
No step stool on a chair.
I hope not.
I've.
That's how you break an arm.
Oddly enough, since we're on this whole short, tall thing, a lot of my ex-girlfriends have always been taller than me, and everybody goes, well, of course, you're only 5'6", dude, 5'5.5", 5 1/4, okay, only 5'5". But, and I've always dated significantly taller girls, and it all stopped when they all started fucking doing oh, you can't reach that? Here, let me get that for you. And I'm like, okay, That's it.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I'm going to kick you in your shins.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I don't know. Girls like to feel helpful in a relationship.
True. That's true.
I kind of put that more as just being a dig. It wasn't like that. It wasn't helpful.
Okay, we're getting off track here.
You think?
Does anybody in the crowd have like real art questions still? Should we see if anybody has some specific art questions? I know Paul said he wanted to bug you about some stuff, so
Paul stayed quiet. Yeah.
Out there.
No, definitely, because for sure, we always, as we got to remind our guests, Dehi, we know you're out east there. Your time zone's a little bit different than ours. If you got real life stuff to do, go to bed. By all means, you can bounce out of here whenever you want. We're definitely not kicking you out because we'll kick around and chat with you for as long as you think that this is benefiting you in any way, shape, or form, or entertaining you, anyways.
My bedtime was 2 hours ago, so
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm way past that.
We're going for broke. We're catching second wind soon.
Second wind.
Right? Well, it's like NFT terrorist down there. I mean, he's up. It's probably 4 in the morning there, 3 in the morning.
Oh, in Ireland?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Usually joins us. We chatted with him on his morning routine quite often. Getting up, smoking a bong, hanging out. We've chatted with him while he's been in the shower. This is This is factual.
That's why I'm scared to let him up.
Right?
He requested a while ago, and he's probably sure he just wants to say hi.
He's like,
whatnot, but
he's like, oh, I'm just washing me bits right now. And then I go, hey, I'm Bits. What? I thought it. I definitely thought. So I thought we would have had everybody running up here to ask Dehi the questions.
I thought Paul had some questions. I'll let
I think Paul went to.
We'll see what he has.
Oh no, Paul's still awake.
What's the crack, lads?
What's up, buddy?
How's the form?
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know if you can hear me, but probably not an ideal spot for me to be talking. I'm in the van here, driving towards Newry at the moment. It's 59 a.m. We're very close. I don't know if you can actually hear me. I've like lost all fucking sound.
Yeah, your connection's not great though.
And you're driving? You shouldn't be driving and talking.
But no, I'm listening away. It's good hearing you, Dehiscence. It's flipping actually great to hear your voice. Flipping, how's it going? Flipping, I sort of jumped in there when you were going on your field trip to the body farm or some shit. They got what the fuck you talking about? But I jumped in that. But flipping, it's good to hear your voice. You're in the backstage peak. So, how's the farm? Good to hear you. As well, see, I just I like you spoke because it's actually been good to just listen to you today because again I don't really know how good quality my mic and all that. I can't even hear these at the moment because of the van. It's sort of like dingy all now. I've been listening to these on loudspeaker here, see on my phone. But yeah, you see those that museum thing is we're on about with the bodies wrong show. That's cool as fuck. I think the inject like epoxy, I seen one as well with like the nervous system of the human body was injected completely with epoxy and then set. It was like, really cool to see it. Like, wow. I think that your art as well is really cool. It's not too twisted and fucked up. It's actually quite elegant in the way you do it. So yeah, fair play. Keep her trucking everyone. Willie Bits. Paul's art too. Why I'm Fendel. Innovative. What's happening, lads? How's the form? As always, you're a fucking bunch of legends, and so the night's sounded pretty good. You're functioning off each other pretty well, so I ain't gonna get the fuck out of here and stop hogging up the mic and let you do your thing. Peace out, folks.
Well, thanks a lot for coming up. It's nice to hear you too.
Love you, buddy. Always love it when you come up, man. It's always and I love it too when he's like, well, I'm just gonna let you go. I'm not gonna hog up the mic. I'm gonna step away, and then 2 minutes later, he'll be back up here for 20 minutes. Damn straight. Much love.
Yeah, much love, man. Good to hear from you. Thanks for always supporting. Paul, you got some questions?
I feel crappy. I'm the only one who hasn't gone to these exhibits. Like even NFT Terrorist went to go see the goddamn bodies alive. What the hell?
Oh no, I'm not going to see that, man. I'm not doing that. No.
Field trip.
Yeah, no, I'm down with it. If I got friends that'll go, let's go. See if somebody says, well, we should go. I say, well, yeah, okay. Peer pressure.
Berlin has a great one. They have their own museum, and it's fabulous. So if you're ever in Berlin, and I'm in Berlin, we will go check out the bodies.
Sounds good.
Is that where they started?
I think he's German, Dr. Gunther von Hagen, or maybe he's from.
Oh, that's Canadian for sure.
Yeah, Canadian. For sure, eh? Actually, I think he might be Austrian, but yeah.
Okay. Was he the one? I remember years ago. It was about the same time when they first came out that somebody took, and it might have been him with the same exhibit. Took a frozen body, like perfectly cryo frozen, so that they could slice it into real tiny thin slices, and then took pictures and like image cropped it together so that you could like basically see from the top all the way down through the body, like almost exactly like an MRI would, but not digital physical body part.
I think
I
that
think-
was him.
That?
I think that was him.
Yeah, I think that was him too.
I think he did something very similar. He also did it with a giraffe, I believe.
I was going to say a horse. Maybe he's done it with everything.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
Yeah, the one that gets me like the terrorist said there is the circulatory system that just all and like stands by itself. And I'm like, what? Why do you even do that?
The nervous system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he did circulatory too.
Oh yeah.
Like all
Yeah.
the system.
So cool.
Badass. Should we invite Paul up to say something again and then cut him off as soon as he unmutes? Okay, no, you can't have him there. We just mute him out. Oh, it's fun shit. Paul, jump up here, man. You don't have to be so
I
polite.
don't have anything worth saying anyway.
I doubt that very much.
Hello, friend.
Hi, Dee.
How's it going?
I'm just chilling. I'm filling up your part of the museum I'm building on Cyber.
Ooh, cool. I can't wait to look at it. I'll do it with my morning coffee.
Oh, that'll be good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good way to spend the time.
Dude, that's the one you laid out like last week. I think that you got everybody to check out.
No, I sent
Oh.
you a link tonight.
Oh,
This is what I'm building right now.
okay. But didn't you just do one like last week or something? Or am I like dreaming? Wasn't you?
No, yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
That was like catching up on my recent purchases from like the TES events that I've been part of.
It's I'm gonna go. Oh, you didn't send me a link. What are you talking about? No, I'm just kidding. I gotta check all my DMs.
No, I
Go ahead and,
tagged you to the space. It's a comment on the space.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah.
want to pin it to the top?
Oh yeah, I guess I could do that. Huh?
Well, you can now for sure. 100%. You're in the speaker role. By all means.
I don't know how to do that.
Just hit the
I
share
can never
button like you would share it, and then at the very top it says the name of the space. It doesn't look like it's gonna do anything. That's what you push.
All right.
I have never been able to pin anything. Oh.
Because when you, like I said, when you go to it,
There you go.
and you push it, it doesn't like it just looks like, oh, this is the space that I'm in. It doesn't say shared the space or pinned space.
Oops.
Boom,
I think
there
I
it is.
just
Name at the
shared
top
something.
here.
Oh, I think oh, sorry. I just shared something. I'll delete it. I was just testing it out.
That's okay. As long as it wasn't horrible, you can just share it.
No, it wasn't horrible.
Well, I'm glad we can always teach that. Maybe every space, Willie, we should just have that as a standard lesson. Because even up, we've been doing this over a year now, and even up until now, I mean, we didn't even know how to do it. We started running spaces, and we didn't. I didn't know.
I mean, we could just draw it as a diagram.
Well, I think
and share it to the artist beforehand. Like, hey, if you don't know how to pin something.
No, I just
how
think
you
in
do it.
general. I don't even think it has to be just for the artist. Like just in general, people like to know. I think hearing that little explanation, like we just did there.
Now I learned something tonight.
Right?
How wonderful.
So did Paul. And man, maybe somebody else down there learned, right? Damn. I remember when we first.
Yeah. Oh, sorry for interrupting. I was going to say here, I figured out what happened with my bloody mic. So whenever you give me the mic to speak, it switched the speaker from loudspeaker to like normal speaker on my phone. So unless I was holding it up to my ear, like I was making a phone call, I couldn't hear you. So I was just trying to speak into the phone loud, and like you all were whispering. I was wondering why the fuck can I not hear these? So I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know what the hell you were saying. I was just sort of like guessing at what the hell to say. But I was like, oh, a couple of years. So I was like, oh, just in case I sound like a cabbage. I'm not. No. So I figured it out.
It's like being in a foreign country and when people are talking to you and you just grin and nod, grin and nod.
Oh, geez, yeah, I've done that before. Yeah, I've done. I swear to God, I've done that before down in Ireland. Like literally, there's some people in certain parts of Ireland, and they talk at you, and they could be just going, and you're just going, oh yeah, yeah, just literally like you said, just grin, nod, and laugh. See you later, mate. Having a fucking clue what he just said.
And I'm sitting here going, we do that quite often with you sometimes too.
I know. I was about to say that. Yeah. I'd probably get carried away, but like, because I'm quite an excitable person anyway, so I do talk quite fast, and we talk fast over here. So I do tend to forget to slow it down a little bit for you guys. But seconds, I didn't even know you were Canadian as well. So we've got 2 Canadians in the group now. Mad. It's good to hear. Yeah, Bets, now you've got backup, mate. Woohoo!
We're taking over this town. I was gonna say, Dehi. I was explaining it the one time we were talking to NFT terrorists the one night, and I said I use Newfoundlanders. That's why I have no problem understanding him, because I'm like, if I can listen to a Newfoundlander talk, I've got this, right? Like, there's no problem listening to someone from Ireland or Scotland or anything like that, because you get used to that kind of.
Oh, for sure.
Muddled.
They're the Irish of Canada.
Right, that's right.
Yeah, and the most I was reading something just the other day, and the biggest Irish population is in Newfoundland.
Even bigger than Ireland?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean in Canada. In Canada.
What's a Newfoundlander, if you don't mind me asking?
Somebody from Newfoundland. Our province on the East Coast, and they have a very specific accent, and it's very, very similar to Irish.
They're
Google. I must admit, Newfoundland sounds something completely made up, like out of fucking, I don't know, the North Pole or something. It's like
check out.
And there's a guy on Instagram who talks about the similarities between Newfoundlanders and Irish.
100%.
That's close. I'm definitely going to have to check that out.
Check out Donnie Dumphy. Dumphy. Donnie Dumphy.
Donnie Dumphy.
He's a musician that's like I don't know, comedic rapper, I guess, from Newfoundland. Check that out. I think that's from the American perspective.
Gavin, Donnie Dumphy. Hey, Donnie Dumphy on your phone. Sorry, because I'm here with mate Gavin. Me and him work each other all the time. So he's driving and the passenger seat of the van. So I'm getting him to type in the Donnie Dumphy from Newfoundland. He was laughing his balls off. See, when you were saying earlier about me being in the shower at Dehiscence and smoking bongs in the morning, your facts and all, he was sitting laughing his balls off. I was like, I don't wait, looking at me like flipping. He already thinks I'm crazy for flip sticks, so that just sounds absolutely normal. The legend of Donnie Dumphy.
I was going to say that Newfoundland is the closest part of Canada to Ireland. I mean, really, it's as far east as you can go.
Canada's massive, so it is.
And it has its own time zone, too. It's the other time zone. Right? Well, because everybody Eastern time, Willie found that out the one day. He had no idea. Because we had a guest on.
Was it Rich Sanders?
No.
Or Ryan Annett?
Oh, Ryan Annett. Yeah, Ryan Annett. That's right. Blind Chronicles.
There, right?
Yeah, he's out there. And then Willie even, remember he said something about the time, and then Willie's like, whoa, wait, what? There's another time? There's another time zone?
Well, I knew there was in South America, but I didn't know there was in North America.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ronald. I can't even hear. But Gavin's sitting, like, leaning into this phone and going, "Is that what they said you sound like?" I can't hear it. I can just see that guy with a red hat driving a fucking motorbike about, looking like a fucking chav on the street.
Yep. Donnie Dumphy.
You fuckers.
Okay, so just to be fair, because I've never ever looked up Donnie Dumphy, and it was an American that told you to look that up, not a Canadian. So
Oh, you should get on that bit though. You should understand your fellow Canadian
Yeah, it's
artists.
just funny. Like, it's probably about right, lads. To be honest, So that's fair play. Yeah.
I'm sure it's bang on, actually.
It's very Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I must not give myself a very good impression. um, I can be quite respectful and a nice young lad most of the time. Honest to God.
I trust you. I trust you.
It's nuts, but like it's funny because it must be like a lot of it's like personality too, but like the way I come across to a lot of people, I just give this impression of like a fucking like a big giant kid, like clown character sort of like persona. I don't know why. It's like I've been playing with it my whole life. Yeah, it's sort of fun, and it's like. I don't know. It's just must be just the way I get on. Like, you aren't the first people to say it, so don't be worried. I'm not offended. It's actually quite funny.
Oh, we know you're not offended. Oh man, I'm just smiling ear to ear. Actually, my face is kind of hurting right now. I'm laughing my ass off.
Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
Well, I'm gonna give the makeup a kid. You can fire away. I'm quite happy to listen to you.
Yeah.
You yourself, we get carried away and end up just slagging and
You'll be back, homie.
But here, but Declan's right now. But great to hear your voice, and the rest of the guys stepping as per usual. Have a nice night. I'm gonna have a nice morning, and I'll catch you in the vino.
Fuck
See you
yeah,
later.
man.
Yeah, have a good one.
Safe out there.
Cheers. See you there. Bye.
Love that, man. Backstage Passengers, we're a pretty good crew. I'm pretty pleased with everybody that's in that crew. We're good folk. That Tex, he's a good
curator
of people. I was gonna say, it just sounded weird to say that, a curator of people. So how did you?
It's a really good group.
Yeah, for sure. Hey,
yeah. I have to pop in more because I've been slacking. I've been in vacation mode. That's the problem.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, in vacation mode. I went on vacation for like 5 days, and I'm like, I can't get out of it.
Yeah, it's tough. I've been back from vacation for like 2 weeks, and I still can't get out.
Yeah, like I just am in vacation mode.
When we had the backstage passenger space a few weeks back with Tex, everybody that was up speaking, we were asking everybody how their involvement came about. How did your involvement came about? Because I think you had an expired pass or something, right? Was that through Paul or something?
Yeah, Paul. God,
unloading
he might have to
garbage on
step
you?
in here and tell me because I don't even remember. I think he gave me the pass,
right?
And then I got in the group. I think. I mean, I had collected some of Texas stuff before, but yeah, I think it was Paul who got me in.
Right, that's right. The expired pass but then
Yeah.
Tex is like, it's good. That's like great.
Yeah. I think Gibberish Umbra had sold it or had it listed, and I was like, that's ridiculously cheap for a backstage pass, and I don't even know if somebody would honor it, but I'm going to take a chance and try to bully Tex into letting D-High into the group.
And I'm glad you did.
Yeah, I do remember you touching on that now. I do recall that, right? That's right, because we had Gibberish. Gibberish was in here and Tex kept pushing him to tell him how he lost his backstage passenger privileges.
Well, I'm the one who brought it up, and then I was like, oh wait, did I just bring up something that I wasn't supposed to?
Right.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like a sore subject at the time.
It did. It was a little bit awkward. That's going to be in the year's most awkward moments. But
sure.
Hey, it's all part of the space. This is all part of this, getting deep into the facts and into the art in the world. Sometimes you got to ask those questions and feel awkward.
Oh, it's nothing like last year's when when Poke took that other guy to the freaking cleaners.
Oh God, that was crazy,
What's his
dude.
name? I don't even want to mention his name. Actually,
I can't
It's
even
not
remember
worth
his name,
mentioning.
but don't have to mention his name. Yeah, that was wild. That was totally wild. That's the episode when we become big enough where we can monetize in any way, shape, or form. That'll be the like an archive episode that we can bring out. Totally, because I couldn't even believe that night. That was like utterly epic.
Yeah,
Have,
that was a different one.
anyways, we don't
I
want.
feel like I have to listen to that episode.
Yeah, well, we don't. We kept it away. We didn't put it out. We kept it locked in the archives because it's just
Oh.
the biggest thing.
It was before we really had like proper artist interviews. So it was just us chatting about Wagme wines and some strategy and some things like that, and like more just chit chat. So it never made it to the proper archives.
And it was the content. It was because we also did not the person that ended up popping into our space is not somebody that even mentioning that person's name in a bad way, you don't even want to give them the time of day kind of thing. Like
just exactly.
It was but it was also I mean damn near the biggest name we've had on this space, I would say. He was huge, man. He was a huge asshole.
So to kind of summarize, and there was this character that was going around in and out of different ETH projects basically, and then would end up under like 5, 6, 10 different accounts, who knows how many, and would spend a couple weeks in ETH projects trying to kind of dig his way in and kind of set foot, and then would like start harassing people and claiming that they owed him money for this and that and things like that. And Poke Shaman was very familiar with him and had dealt with him from another project, and basically just ripped into him.
Well, good for him.
Yep. And he saw that Poke was in the space that night, so he came into our space, and we were like, "Holy shit, this is really gonna go down." Yeah.
Wow.
No, he was definitely one of the bad, definitely, and he probably still is in this world. Who knows? He got so many different bad accounts. But anyways, yeah. But that'll be one of the ones. If we ever get big enough where we can start,
that one goes behind the paywall for sure.
What is that? What does that cost when you? What's that called? Syndicated. When we get syndicated.
Syndicated.
That's when that'll come out. We'll have to pull out the deep archives.
There you go.
For sure. And I'm really happy that we are doing this. I'm happy that we do archive this stuff. I mean, a lot of spaces. I mean, I get not having recorded spaces. I understand why some people don't want to have recorded spaces. But I mean, it's not to say that people aren't recording this stuff anyways. Just, throwing that out there. But I like the fact
there was a thread the other day, and I don't remember who started it, but it was basically like Jay Byrne and Retro Manny introducing themselves to each other, kind of thing. And so I saw this, and I went under there and I went, "Hey, you guys should listen to each other's spaces that we did."
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
You're like, yeah, fair enough.
Get to know them. But yeah, I like the archive. I like the archive that we're creating of interviews with folks. I mean, who knows? This might be valuable stuff. This might be in museums someday.
Why aren't you guys minting? I would totally buy interviews with like Tex and Dehiscence and Jay Byrne, and you guys have had some amazing artists on here, and the space is always just fun in general. Like I would listen to it just to listen to it. I do. Sometimes when I miss the space, like I'll just put it on when I'm on a drive, or if I'm traveling, I'll just listen to it as background in the airport.
I mean, we've tossed around the idea a couple times, but one of the things that is like, okay, well, what's the file size limit on minting, and then how do we upload a 5-hour space? Most mints of audio like that, you see hour and a half. I don't know that we've seen any for 4.5, 5 hours.
We've also played with the fact of,
could be wrong.
we've also, I think it might have been Fendel. I know that a couple people have mentioned about even just doing the clip style, right? Where you just mint certain clips of the show as well. But yeah, we've
Well, then we'd have to go through and clip everything out.
well, and we
I
kind
mean,
of we keep
it's just
track
work
of
that
that.
neither one of us really have time for.
But I mean, really, like
guess.
if you had like 3 moments from a space where you're like, okay, these are the 3 moments we're gonna mint, right? That's the thing. Yeah, I don't know, Paul. You're very right. You know, Paul. Honestly, Willie and I have gone over so many things, and we've thrown so many thoughts around, and so many people have offered us up ideas like that and stuff like that. And I think more of what it comes down to is kind of what Willie just said there, is that it's the time crunch that happens with us. I mean, we both have full-time jobs, IRL stuff, and
Like
sometimes
we're backed up on getting out mints that artists have given us to give out.
don't even remind me of that.
Like we're so backed up. But I mean, the show's always on YouTube. It's live on YouTube and then goes straight to YouTube. So if you're following the YouTube account, I don't know, that's probably the best way to listen back
But
the next day if you don't catch it live or even live.
but you're right, Paul. We should figure out
But
how
yeah,
we can mint these, and it's a no-brainer.
and we're always open to suggestions and help and really appreciate all that. So I'm not definitely not like just shooting the idea down. It's just
It's
need to
kind of
figure it
sounded
out a
like
little
that,
more
hey?
in
Paul came
detail.
up with a great idea, and then we're like, no, we're gonna fucking tell you why, and no.
No, I mean that's why
Yeah,
we haven't already,
yeah.
basically. So we just need to have a better game plan and like have a way of going forward about it, I guess.
I,
Maybe need to be showed a better method,
you know
a
what
better
else
flow.
works really good with us? I've found between Willie and I is that if you keep bugging us, we're good at it. I do. If I bug Willie about something, he's on it. If he bugs me about something, I'm on it. It works good.
Yeah, like right now we don't even have anybody booked coming up,
How the
so
hell did that happen?
I don't know.
Wait, do we even have somebody tonight? Oh yeah, we do. Hey, how you doing?
I just subscribed to YouTube. I was just looking for you guys.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, we were all like gung ho. I mean, I'm trying to learn to use it. Like I'm on there right now, and I try when we're talking about art pieces, I try to make sure that I'm paying attention, and I like click and I flip over to it, and mucking around with the technology that we have available at our fingertips for free. And then we were talking about like monetization, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, YouTube, and it's like you have to have a bare minimum of 1,000 subscribers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and it's no small feat, we've heard. Well, obviously, I mean we only have 700, I think, on Twitter, so
Well, but they on Twitter they knocked down the ad share requirement to 500, but you also have to be verified. So you got to pay your $8 a month first before you can try to get any money back. But I mean, I think that would be the better way to go is if YouTube or sorry, if Twitter figured out, because that's already where our following is. So if
what do you?
Twitter figured out the video side better, and we could just upload the videos and then put that behind a subscribe wall, then you can catch them live for free, or you can pay $1 a month to watch them the next day. I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know.
I don't know.
With stuff like this, we should. I mean, we should be like fucking. We should be like fucking Taylor Swift numbers is what we should be doing right now. I mean, come on, look at the people that we have on.
I mean, I just want to do like corn numbers at this point.
Like,
I've actually been thinking about corn a lot tonight because I saw some of your pieces with Geiger as like basically the influence, I guess.
Yeah.
You put the name Geiger in it, and I was talking to my sister just the other day about Jonathan Davis, the lead singer of Korn, has a microphone stand that was custom designed by Geiger, and there's 5 of them that he built. Jonathan has 2. There's 2 in a Swedish museum or something like that, and then he has the option to buy the 3rd one, but I guess he just never did. I don't know, but they're really cool custom designed mic stands by Geiger. So I've been
Oh,
thinking
that's
about that
cool.
tonight.
Now I have to Google those so I can see them.
Yeah, they're super cool. They're
thought-
like a female form.
I thought the dude from Five Finger Death Punch had one of those. I thought.
Not one of those.
No. Okay. Yeah.
I
No,
don't
I
know
know.
if
I
he-
know
if
which
he
one you're
maybe
talking
has-
about. They're beautiful.
I don't know if maybe he has a different one. Like if he.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, sure. I'll design you one too. But,
I could be totally wrong.
Oh yeah, those are cool.
Right? Like they are like those. They almost look like kind of reminds me of like old hood ornaments from like a car in the '60s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Bam! Throw that right on there.
Only right at the middle of the head, it's just cut off. Put a microphone in.
Just kind of to get back onto topic. Not that we really have a topic anymore, but Dehi, many we something you haven't mentioned, and I mean, but like your art. Has your art been any kind of a healing process for you? Because I think we've kind of touched on this a little bit throughout this conversation with other artists and stuff like that, and we hear about that all the time. But I haven't, it's something that I've never you haven't really spoke about tonight, or not that I'm being all pryy and we got to get deep into this or anything like that. But is it any kind of a healing thing for you? Is it a self-medication thing for you, or is it just it's what you do and status quo?
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely healing for me. Absolutely. And, even the topics that I cover, obviously they're things I've experienced. And, it's difficult to work with, as when you're recovering human remains, like that's a delicate subject, right? And it's those people didn't just die on the ground. Something terrible has happened to them. So, as much as I enjoyed that work, still, like I miss it. Like that's something I had always wanted to do. But yeah, it takes its toll on you, right? So I think it certainly is therapeutic. It's the way I can kind of like process things I've experienced and things I've seen, and kind of move forward and educate at the same time, because I think the education part for me is really important. It's that teacher side of me, I guess. And yeah, and I left for a reason. I left because I was burnt out. I left, healthcare as well, because I was feeling burnt out and it was time for me to move on. So definitely it's very therapeutic, I think.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate. Yeah, no, and it's funny because we've been sitting here and joking about that, and it's kind of been in the back of my mind. But like talking about your past work, and it's like damn, like let's not forget that would be very taxing on the human mind and body and body.
I mean, and we do it because we love it and we want to help people. So like,
True.
That's what makes us want to get into those lines of work, So, but yeah, it does eventually take its toll. If it doesn't, then I would worry if it didn't take a toll. I'm not sure I'd want to be your friend if it didn't affect you.
Like going to the boss's office. We brought you in here because you're a little too excited to be at work.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And I've said this to many things in life, like when talk about people that work in medical fields and do very hard jobs in any way, shape, or form, that I'm definitely very appreciative for people that do that kind of stuff, because I know I couldn't. And it's a good thing that there's folks like you that can do that and have the patience and have the wanting. It's not that I don't want to help people, but there's like, hey, change out of my pocket and some physical labor is all you're going to get. We're not going to get into, your life and bones and body parts and working with people, that are dying. Or
it's funny because like growing up, I've always been an introvert, always, and I've never particularly liked people. I really don't, to be honest. I'm really not a fan of the human race. But at the same time, I always wanted to be in like these caring professions where you're helping them heal. So I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me because I don't really like people, but at the same time, I want to help them. So who knows?
it kind of maybe, it kind of maybe it's a little bit of a detachment for you. You know,
Yeah,
not liking
maybe.
people makes it more of this is a job. This is a, you know, not to downplay it too much, but this is a product in front of me and I'm going to take care of it.
Yeah,
Right? Like
maybe.
make it a little colder because a friend of mine, she was into that. Same thing. She's a nurse and
Mm.
she hates people. Like she's just like I don't want
Yes.
to fucking be around him. I don't. And she's like, and I remember she kind of said something about that to me. She's like, "Oh no, it's like this. This is easy when it's not your people. Like this is, you know, whatever. Like
Yeah.
you know,
It's a car at that point.
yeah, I'll care
It's
for
a
you. Like
machine.
don't get me wrong. She wasn't like, you know, just, you know, haphazardly stabbing people with needles and shit like that. But you know, she did her job very well, to the best of my knowledge. But yeah, but that was her. That was how she justified it. Was she was like, yeah, whatever. It's, you know, where she was like, if it was my mom laying on a, you know, or my sister laying there in front of me, or my sibling, it would be, you know, way different, right? She's like, I wouldn't be able to deal with it that way very well, but
Oh yeah, I totally get that. Yeah,
right.
because it's like, it's funny because if it's anybody in my family, they get like the harsh. I'm like, get up off your ass and start walking. Well, of course, I'm not going to say that to one of my patients. But if you're my family member, I'm going to like just like let it rip. But yeah, so I can see that. I understand that totally.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're all on the page. We're all on the page.
Mm-hmm.
I dig that. Yeah, the I think art. You know, we go back to the um, why is it eluding me now? The bunnies that we were talking about earlier, and how you were describing. You know,
The psychotic
that
bunnies.
yeah, right, and it goes to the therapy, like saying that all artists are whack jobs. Well, no, they're not. Sometimes they're just imaginative, but also it helps if a person is different in the mind in some way, shape, or form. It helps. Art is a, you know, right next to coffee. Art should be the next self medication.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Art
whether
is totally therapeutic.
right,
Whether you're an artist making it or somebody looking at it, like I don't know. It's like how can it not be? I don't know.
yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
one way. I have one way is overstimulation. It can
Is
be
over which?
overstimulated.
Oh yes,
Overstimulated.
yes, yes. Yeah.
But other than that, if
Yeah.
it's almost like a drug in that way, where like in moderation it might be fine, but you know, I was definitely overstimulated in Miami this year. I was like, I just can't look at anything else, and I just can't care about anything else right now. I can't care about any more art right now. I've seen way too much.
Bring me to the booze.
Everything in moderation.
Like, yeah, I need a break. Art break.
And whoever would think about that, right? Whoever thinks about that. Oh, one day I'm going to say I need to take a break from art because I'm overstimulated. That's things that adults say, I guess. Or I
Yeah,
guess
what's
maybe.
funny is like now when I watch like all my kids all watch cartoons and stuff whatever, and now like I like look at the different art styles of the different cartoons. Like when we
Mm-hmm.
were growing up, like in the 80s, you kind of had one art style, but now like every cartoon has a specific art style, and there's like Japanese art styles, and there's all these different art styles, right? And it's just so cool to like kind of recognize those now as an adult and be like, all right, this style's cool. This I really like. I really dig what they're doing here. And like one thing that kind of I didn't realize it at the time when it aired 10, 15 years ago, whenever it was, there was there's been a couple of different South Park episodes where they would specifically like explore different art styles and and tailor the story to those styles. So like they did like an anime episode that was all Japanese animation. Like the story was all tailored to that art style. And they did like a whole season that way, I think. And like I said, I think back on it now, kind of recognizing it at the time, but not understanding it when it first aired. So I think it's really cool.
It's like the first time that you finally have a sip of wine and go, this isn't just something I'm getting drunk on because it's the only thing for free at the table at the wedding. It's like, wait, this has a bouquet of flavor. My God, there's more to this. No, did I downplay
Yeah,
that too much?
no,
Willie?
no,
No,
absolutely.
that's
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you start distinguishing different grape varietals and things
Right.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, for sure. I also think too, what just with how you were talking about that, you know, in the '80s, how it was all the same art style, and then it got different. I think also too that we have to realize just how the world's changed and how much access we have to different medias now and the world, right? That's why we see more of this stuff now, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and the technology and you were hand drawing in the '80s, right? So like if you go back and watch '80s cartoons and things like that, you start to notice the scenes where they use the same animation cells and kind of dialogue them different. You know what I mean? Like you start to like if you're watching from like an art perspective like that, you start to notice those things more as where you didn't as a kid. Obviously, you just go, "Oh, this is great." We were watching Thundercats the other night um, with my kids because my kids had never seen it, and that's what that was like my sister's favorite cartoon growing up. And you just start to see like all the like where it's a lot more dialogue back then because that's less drawing because it's all hand drawn. There's like
Totally.
these real simple animation tricks to extend episodes.
Absolutely. Tried, tested, and true. Tricks of the trade.
I'm thinking back to all the cartoons I watched as a kid.
It's all good.
Well,
back
and
then.
now you can, it's a lot easier to animate everything digitally and
hmm
kind of move. You build a model of a person, and then you can just move that person frame by frame. You don't have to redraw it every time, right? So you can build a background as a 3D model and kind of keep that whole thing from episode to episode. As where and you can rotate around it in the view frame as where in an old hand drawn cartoon, sure you could use the same background, but it literally has to be the exact same background. You can maybe kind of reskin it slightly to save yourself a little drawing time and to like put a little bit of effort into it, but it literally has to be the same perspective, the same viewpoint. As I say, now you kind of build a 3D model and you can rotate around, take whatever view you need of it, and pull the animation that way.
We're getting deep, Willie, right now.
At least,
did you
at
get
least what
high?
I know about
Did you get high, Willie?
cartoons. I don't know.
No, it's
No,
totally.
I've had like 5 beers though.
Oh, okay.
It's so damn hot out here, man.
Oh, it's
I just
usually.
have been like,
Oh, we're gonna
trying to keep cool.
Okay, I just thought you were getting all. I thought you were high. Okay, all right, fair enough. Beers then. Shit, that made me lose. Oh. Speaking of wild animation and frame by frame and old school and shit, that Diane Lindo. Remember Willie? I think I shared some stuff with you. Like she does that stop motion photography, that animation. That's like out of this world, mind blowing.
Yeah, I think I remember you sharing.
I'm gonna pin it to the top.
I can't think of what it was up top
Anyways,
of my head.
just made me think of her. I just pinned it up to the top. One of the pieces. I think she put this out today or yesterday. But if anybody wants to give it a check out later or tomorrow or whenever, her stuff is wild.
Dehi, to get back to you.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to take away.
Have you messed with animation at all from like the AI side or anything? Like, is that anything that might be coming down the road for you in the future, or?
I've done a few animations. Some of my earliest work were, I think I used, God, I don't even remember now, Deform, I think. Deform notebook, I think I used for my animation. So I have done a few. I've just started tinkering with the Gen 2, which I'm still trying to get the hang of. I'd like to do more. I did a little video, a week or so ago, there was aliens was trending on Twitter because there was some disclosure thing about these aliens. Anyways, it was trending, so I made like some happy aliens dancing.
And I made a little video of it and set it to some music and minted it just for fun. So I used a zero scope for that, which is just like these shitty little videos, like 4 seconds long. You have to string them all together and upscale them and all sorts of stuff. But it was fun. I do like doing animation stuff. I'd like to do more, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I do like it a lot, actually.
That's funny. Great. Just when Willie was asking that question, I was in my head. I was going, "Oh, maybe we should ask if she's done some before because fuck, man, we've been finding new stuff tonight. Like all these alt accounts. She be. I was waiting for her to go. Excuse me.
You didn't check out my animation account?
Yeah, duh.
Check out my parody of parodies account. It's all animations of parodies. South Park.
Right?
And I look back now at the animations I did with Deform like a couple years ago, and I'm like, holy crap, this sucks. But at the time, it was like high tech, man. You know, it's interesting to see that the change in AI from even like a year ago to now. It's just insane.
It is. It totally is. And Willie and I have talked about it a few times about how like the older versions, we kind of like the outcomes of some of the older versions, right, as opposed to the newer versions of some of the AI programs. And some artists have been like, purposely like, yeah, no, I definitely like to stick back with version 2 because it was just better than, I like version 4, but I like the outcome that comes out of version 2. Because, yeah, it's gone from being like stuff where you go, well, yeah, that's AI. Yeah, that's AI, to now it's like, oh, I think this is AI.
But it's weird to think, like, even from like an appreciation or collector standpoint, like, oh yeah, I kind of like the nostalgic AI that has all the glitches and looks like it's an acid trip. Like, that's what I like about AI. I don't like the new, looks like a perfect portrait style AI. I mean, I do kind of like that stuff. I'm not saying I don't, but like, it's weird to think of it that way. But like, yeah, no, I like the Gen 3 stuff.
Yeah,
No,
I like the old
completely agree.
the GAN models. Yeah.
No, I
Go ahead,
agree.
Paul.
I think that this new stuff just has way too few eyeballs and fingers. It's just not jiving with me.
Yeah, you got to have the extra fingers. That's actually crucial.
I actually rather enjoy the extra fingers myself.
Yeah, I like that acid trip kind of aspect to it.
But
there was a piece of yours I kept scrolling through, and I don't remember the name of it now. It was Homo something, but every time I scroll past it, or I would stop and be like, "Is that Elton John?" Not from the name, but just from like the look of the eyeballs and the glasses that was produced on it. It looks like a really young Elton John.
And you just leave us hanging with that piece. Willie, you should have been on it. Which piece is it?
I said it was Homo something. I don't remember the other name of it. Now I gotta find it again.
All right. Well, just got to, find the account, look through all of them. I picked up.
I figured she might have been like, yeah, there's only one with that in the name.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember. I'm like, I'm sure. I think that's from my anatomy.
I think it's on the original.
Yeah, that's from my
What's the full name of the piece?
Anatomy redesigned. Homo Echo.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, I can see it now. Yes, I can see the Elton John.
So that wasn't like in the prompt when you did that then?
Oh, no way.
That's just coincidence that I see that.
Yeah.
Huh. There you go. That's what art's all about.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it well before I saw the name of it, so big Elton John.
I should continue that series because that was a fun series.
I was just clicking away here. I found a piece that I bought for me a couple weeks ago. Well, it was July, I think. Best friend in your oddballs and oddities collection I bought. It's a dog head.
Oh, yeah.
Sitting there.
Yeah.
Dig it.
Dig it. Thank you.
Dig it. I mean, one, I just love dogs, so this like immediately grabbed me. But then it's like his jacket, man. Jacket that's on this thing is awesome. It's like, it looks like somebody's, 1971 floral couch. Probably the 60s, actually. Probably not even the 70s, honestly. But love it. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece. I was just trying to flip through the collection because I wanted to see what I owned of yours. That's actually something that I try to at least look at the last few things that I've bought from an artist before they come on, if I've ever bought anything from an artist, because we've had some artists on here whose work I would love to own, but not always in that ballpark. Mind you, I'm not in our Dehi territory either. We're not those kind of people here. Bargain basement. Oh, you got a broken one? I'll buy that one.
I'll buy that one.
I'll buy that one. You've got a broken piece of art? That's perfect for me. I love it. I will cherish it and display it with love. Speaking of broken art, a man that can create some art that gets broken at the last second, Pong's hanging out with us. He does some amazing glass work, and I mean, that shit can go south on you after working on it really hard. Boom.
Well, and talking about the new AIs, I don't know, whatever he posted today, was that him or was that AI? I can't tell anymore the difference with some of his stuff. I'm like, is this a photo or is this AI? I'm not sure. But I like it. It's still cool.
Yeah.
Either way.
Absolutely. He's taking it to the next level. Boom. Fuck. These little... Man, it's finally gotten to a decent temperature outside here. I'm so happy.
Oh my God, I'm still sweltering.
Oh yeah, what the hell are you at? What's the temperature now,
Dude,
Willie? You got a thermometer there?
No, it's 100. The only thermometer's inside the garage. 106 in there still.
Wow, 100 degrees still, hey?
Sweating buckets out here. It's miserable.
Oh man, that's rough. But you don't have a lot of bugs though there, right? Like everything says fuck it when it's over 100 and goes inside.
Nah, just a ton of mosquitoes. Not like Australia where you have to worry about everything that touches you. Just a bunch of mosquitoes.
I'm down to 73. I'm loving this. 73 is great. And for those of us that are in Canada, that's 23 degrees Celsius.
I was going to ask you what it is. It's 19 here, so it's perfect. I like.
Yeah,
19.
no, that's great too, right?
Yeah,
right.
I'd take 19 Fahrenheit right now.
Well, like when you're around the 19, 20 range, it's good working weather. Like you could go out and do shit in that weather and not be worried about it. You can manage that.
That's a perfect temperature,
right?
If it gets higher than like 22, I'm indoors.
Well, and you got ridiculous humidity out there too.
Oh, the humidity is gross.
Yeah, it's disgusting out. That's the one thing I know. I had to step outside at the Toronto airport once, where we had to get out of the plane on the tarmac, and I was just like, "What in the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
So I thought Toronto was like East Coast, but it's like middle somewhere.
Yeah,
like above Detroit-ish. I'm guessing. Then?
Yeah.
Great
No,
Lakes
it's
area.
like right by New York, man.
Oh.
It's like an hour away from Niagara.
I'm waiting for the Canadians.
Yeah, I want Dehi to chime in on that.
It's about an hour away from Niagara. Yeah, an hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, it's pretty close to Niagara.
But yeah,
so I mean, still Great Lakes area.
Oh, it's all Great Lakes. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. But the humidity is disgusting. I have stepped outside and just stepped right back in again. I'm like, nope.
That's I'm with Paul on this one. That's East Coast for for me out here in California. That's East Coast. Anything east of Chicago is East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I draw the line too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. See,
there's a whole half
Chicago's
of the
the middle.
country you're missing. You're
Well,
missing
that's
half
up,
the country.
Though. Nah, that's it goes in an angle. Because Florida, like you're directly above Florida if you look at a map. The eastern coast of Florida. That's East Coast.
Dehi, I was going to say, but really, are they missing much of the country? I mean, let's be honest with what they're skipping over.
I mean, Newfoundland.
Well, that's East Coast.
Right there.
That's as East Coast as it gets.
That's as East Coast, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, but that's like past East Coast, but that's like Maine.
Oh yeah, that's Europe.
The U.S.
You might as well be in Europe. That's Europe.
That's like middle of the Atlantic.
It's Europe. I've never gone any further than where I am. I've never gone any further than than Calgary. Or, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, anything past Alberta is East Coast. Saskatchewan's East Coast. Or actually,
Well,
Saskatchewan.
no, you got. There's some middle in there. You got to fly over.
Yeah, well, that's just stuff.
You know,
There's nothing
Yeah.
there. If
There's
you
just
Google
stuff
it,
in the
there's
middle.
nothing there, man. It's
Just
a thing.
empty.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing there. Cows run that the cows and the
Yeah.
pronghorns, they run that.
I mean, I could name 10 of the best people that I've ever met or spoken to in that area, though. Denver, Tex, Mike Nash at sometimes, Lucha.
Oh yeah, no, you're talking
So
the
many
states.
people in the middle of the country that are like.
Sorry, you're
just
talking
straight
you're
just
talking
great
the,
people.
You're talking the U.S. though, not Canada.
Yeah, I was talking to Canada. I was talking Canada, man.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
Central Canada is just cows.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And pronghorns.
Oh yeah, and people who care for the cows.
Yeah, well, yeah, those guys. But I mean, you think there's only like one of those guys for every, however many thousands of square miles. I had prairies, the one
I thought you
thing.
were gonna say thousands of cows.
See, I mean, I'm really fortunate here, like, cause I'm very similar to like, Denver, Colorado, where like I have prairies and big sky, but the mountains are half an hour from me. I can see them from here. They're right there. The Rockies are right there. So I get the best of both worlds here. Living right out in the prairies, like another province or two over from me, I don't think I could. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd be down with that. I like me a little bit of mountains.
I drove through the prairies once, and it was, wow.
Yeah.
It was just like a straight line of nothing.
Yep. It's like being on a
Just-
friggin' treadmill.
Yeah, it's like, wow. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
I don't like Toronto either, but whatever.
Yeah,
At least we
there's
have the lake.
right. You guys got a lot of water around Toronto. I mean, you don't have to go very far to be around water. I mean, go up there into cottage country. That's like 3 hours away, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a ways up there.
3 hours. Man. We had Purs on here a few weeks back, and he was a drummer in a band that was his career forever. Well, he's still a drummer, obviously, but with the conversation came up of like it comes up here all the time. Like Canada, we get screwed because basically our population is only the bottom 10% of the country, if even that, and we are spread out all to hell. So to be a traveling band, it's really hard here for bands to do a tour because you got so much distance between all these cities. There's little Canadian facts there for you folks.
Yeah, I took my parents live in Calgary actually.
Woo!
And my mom is still there, and I was out visiting them way back in the day, and I was like, oh, I think it'll be a great idea to go home on the bus instead of flying
Oh,
to see the
shit.
country.
On the
And-
bus.
Oh God, yeah, never again, never again.
Was it a Greyhound?
It took 2 days just to or 2.5 days or something to go from Calgary, and then I finally see the "Welcome to Ontario" sign, and I was like, thank God. I need a proper toilet. I need a shower. I need to brush my teeth. That's not in like a toilet where everyone's pooped. Like I can't. I need home. 2 days later, I finally arrive in Toronto. Like I knew how big Ontario is, but like when you're driving it on a bus like that, it's like, oh God.
Oh, so it took you 2 days to get to Ontario, and then another 2 days.
2 days.
Toronto.
Yes, through Ontario, because you have to go up around the lake. You can't just keep
Yeah,
driving
okay.
straight, right?
And also,
God, it was brutal.
that's on a bus, which is stopping.
Well, I don't know. Is
Yeah,
Lake
on a
frozen?
bus.
Lake's frozen enough you can drive through, right?
It's disgusting.
Ice road truckers. Isn't there a really nice like rail car that goes through that part of Canada?
There's
Like,
a
really, like,
yeah,
nice and
there's trains that go. It's more expensive than flying, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
Trains are insane.
oh, I believe it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's one of those like trip is the destination kind of thing,
Mhm.
like specifically.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
unfortunate that we don't. I mean, trains would be great up here. Well, we used to have Via. Like you guys still have Via out east there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
don't
do.
have. See, we don't even have Via out here. Well, except for that one, the Rocky Mountain, whatever it's called, the Rocky Mountain engine or whatever the hell that train is that goes from Vancouver up to Toronto. But yeah, we don't even have regular Via rail service out here anymore.
Isn't that crazy?
It is, man. It
Like,
was, dude. It was the
like we really
dopest way,
should have like an affordable trains, not these $2,000 trips.
right?
Like this is crazy.
Yeah, like absolutely. No, we do. I mean, even flights. You look at like when you go down to the states, you can puddle jump around in the states for very cheap. I mean, Americans might still say it's expensive to them, but to me, it's like, holy fuck, really? You can fly? Yeah, I'm jumping on a plane. I'm going.
Yeah, same in Europe too.
Yeah. Oh, Europe is like
Oh,
crazy, dude.
fucking insane.
It's like totally crazy. I was.
Europe's got some sweet trains.
Oh yeah. Well, you get up on the like in Italy, you get those what are they? The Frecciarosas or whatever they do, 500K an
Yeah.
hour.
Those things fucking sweet, man.
Dude. Oh man, like we were. So I went to Venice the last time I was there. And normally prior to that, we had been always just taking the train, first class, right? Because I mean, first class in the train is like whatever. To go from Rome to the southern tip of Italy was like $50 Canadian or something in first class. So of course I'm like, yeah, I'm going first class. And then I was like looking from Venice to go all the way down south, and I was like, oh, that's kind of even on the train. It's a long time to be on the train, and I'm kind of trained out. And so I started looking at flights, and it was like 35 euros, and I flew like, and I was down south. I went from like Venice to like down south in like 3 hours, like no problem. Like boom, jumped on the plane. It was so awesome. Whereas here in Canada, Christ, that would probably cost you $1,200 to fly that far,
Probably.
and in fucking Air Canada would still lose your luggage.
Yeah.
I say trains are so much easier to get onto though, too, because you don't have as many like
Yeah,
checkpoints and
yeah.
things like that, and like you can carry your luggage on and set it in, and
Mhm.
like they're a little bit easier. I
Yeah.
mean, we rode the trains from Venice to Florence and then Florence to Rome.
Yeah, it
when we
makes
were in
sense.
Italy. But
Well,
that was broken up between 6 days in Florence or whatever, however long we were there.
well, even the young kids, like they're in, they jump on the train and the planes there just to go to like Rome for the day, or just to go to like some beach somewhere for the day.
Yeah,
Like
fuck yeah.
it's like fucking like yeah, no brainer.
Yeah, you know where my train goes for the day? A day trip on a train goes to Fresno. You ever heard of Fresno?
I was gonna say yeah, they
That's where
made
my train goes for the day. I can't even go over to the beach like Santa Barbara for the day on a train because the train doesn't run that way.
Fresno.
Or I would do that.
Fresno's one of those things that they used to make fun of in Looney Tunes.
Oh, they still do.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh well, you ever heard of Canada?
That's true.
You can't even get here on a train.
It's nowhere near Hollywood.
Dude. Oh,
What's
man.
terrible about Canada is the fact that,
Hey.
in regards to Hollywood, hold on, hear me out. In regards to Hollywood, is the fact that they film so much stuff there, but then they don't write it into any scripts in any way.
No,
Like,
it's
they use
always
it for no set drops, but they film everything there, and then they call it Chicago or
Yeah.
Seattle or something else.
Yeah.
But filming in Canada, all right,
Right.
that's terrible.
it's all about tax breaks.
I guess it's more terrible about Hollywood, not about
Yeah.
Canada.
I mean, here we got the man. Well, it kind of sucks with the writer's strike and the actors guild strike. I mean, well, it doesn't suck. They're doing it for a very good reason, and that's great for that. But like here,
Yeah, they're afraid AI.
we are like where I am in Calgary and around here in the prairies. Like we're like little Hollywood. Like and our productions just started kicking up again. Since COVID, and like going through the roof, and then all of this happened, and it's like literally companies like prop companies and stuff that have been existed here forever are like shutting down, and they're liquidating. They're like, well, we can't stand around and wait. So
Oh, dude, that's time to buy some good shit.
oh dude, I went to one, and I literally went there like fully not knowing that I wasn't buying anything, but I was so damn close, man. But there's so much when you go to those auctions. There's so much shit you don't need, but you gotta have. Once again, we're back to that. Just because you can
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you need that giant rubber horse,
Yeah, that's a much better example.
right?
But if you told me that you were at an auction and they had the shit from the original Jurassic Park Triceratops scene, and you could buy some of it, I would buy some.
Well,
of it.
that'd be different, but that wouldn't be here either. So, yeah.
True, that'd be
Well, that's
like Hawaii.
true,
Some prop house in Hawaii, or actually back in Hollywood.
right? What did I buy some props from? I don't know. Hell on Wheels was the name of it was an HBO show, Hell on Wheels. I bought some of their stuff. I bought
a train show, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was an old, Western back in the day kind of thing.
I think it was on AMC down here.
Might have been AMC. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, but I bought some of their props and stuff, and that was literally just like some old cowboy shit. Some old cowboy shit that I could have brought anywhere else, but
yeah, movie props.
Right?
It's different.
Yeah.
Somebody used it in a movie.
Oh, never mind. Dehi's out in, she's in the East, man. She's that's the Hollywood of the East out there. She's in Tirana. Man, there's all kinds of stuff going on out there. It's center of the world. I got to get there one day. Got to go visit the rest of my country. There's things to be seen. There's a lot of nothing in between, but there's a lot of things to be seen. Oh, Laser Lou's out. He's went to go create. He gave some high fives and some pieces out.
Later, Lou.
I wonder.
Dehi, weren't you talking about AIIA?
Yeah, I just noticed she just popped in, so she must just be waking up. Good morning, AIIA.
Talking only good things.
You speak it, and it will make it so.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, she's probably just waking up. She's probably like, "What the hell are you doing still awake?" I would be getting up in a couple hours to say good morning to her.
We are messing it. So now when everybody on Twitter is like, where is she? She hasn't been around. Oh, she was on the night train. She's got a night train hangover.
My good morning comes at 11 o'clock instead of 5 or 6.
It's funny with these spaces, because I haven't been the last week because I've been kind of taking a little vacation, kind of not really, but just not paying attention to much. But usually the Wednesday mornings after I do these spaces, I'm totally gone off of Twitter. I can't even. I'm so tired and messed up. It's, we'll hit 5-hour mark, no problem. Well, I mean, I guess tonight we're already at 4 hours, so. And then I'm up at 6 a.m. Got to go to work. I had a better moral for that story, but.
At least now I can take naps.
Yeah, right? You're so
I can
lucky.
just take a nap whenever I want to. Sometimes, sometimes I'm on my computer and I just shut my eyes and I'm sitting in my chair. I'm like that grandma. I'm turning into a grandma who just falls asleep in her chair.
Wake up, a little drool on you. All right, whatever.
I'm ready to go again.
Nobody was here to see that. Yeah, and then you're pumped. You had a power nap and you're like, bam, I'm going.
Yeah, you need 10, 15 minutes.
Ever since COVID started, I conveniently put my computers next to either a bed or my couch so that I can take a little nap in the middle of the day. And if somebody needs to actually call me about something or message me about something, the call or the message from my computer will wake me up. Because I have my phone set to where nothing wakes me up. Nice. But if I nap next to my computer, then I can get those phone calls and be like, yeah, what's going on? What do you need? I get right on that.
Just give me a second here. Naps are where it's at. I mean, North Americans, we're the only damn ones that don't have naps built into our livelihood.
Right? Stupid fucking Henry Ford.
Right?
Ruined our goddamn naps.
Seriously, we all need naps. Nothing wrong with a nap.
Right? Well, they've been doing the studies on that. So they just concluded one here in Canada that they've been running for 6 months, I think it was. And they've been doing it, I believe in Britain, they've been running it for just about a year now. And it's to me, it's well, I believe, where is it, Japan that run the 4-day work week? That doesn't sound quite right.
I know, I think Finland does.
Finland does, but it's everywhere that does run it, it works. And they've proven it with numbers. So now the North Americans are going, well, maybe we should look into this. It's duh. But I worked one job for 9 years, man, and it was a 4-day work week. And I'll tell you what, it was the best thing in my life. Best thing. I loved it so damn much. By the time you were getting tired of being at work, you were done for the week,
Yeah.
right?
And you had that extra day.
Oh, and then if you're
But you're working a 410 though, right?
yeah,
10 hours a day.
but you don't know 10, dude. You're at work for 8.5 hours. 10 hours is nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you don't even
Yeah.
notice it.
Yeah.
No, you don't even notice it.
That's not true, man. The mornings are so freaking long. They're so long.
I never had a problem with that.
Well, at least that's my experience. But then again, I only work 410s when I'm like at home in the factory, and I hate being at home in the factory.
At
So-
home in the factory, I got to know what you do now. What does that mean?
Oh, I work for a company that builds like industrial sized shaking equipment. So my job, I go out on the road and service the equipment and do like preventive maintenance checks or repairs or
So not at your house in the factory, at your
No,
hometown in the factory. Oh,
at home when I'm not on the road. When I'm not on the road for work. Like right now I'm in San Jose.
What the fuck? You stop by?
He's working, dude.
I'm way down south. I'm 6 hours away, 5 hours away.
He's fucking there on work. He's not there on pleasure, man. Shaker machines. I just thought about that.
I've designed equipment like that, actually. I've designed factories like that. And one project where we designed a rubber plant. And it was a bunch of like shaker equipment and shit.
Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. I got that like in my head now. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake it, shake it. Right? I was just
Paul
thinking.
pulls out the guts. He
Yeah,
pulls
I
out the
do.
machine guts.
I do.
Yeah,
I just had to do that for the German Navy. It sucked.
Yeah, you had those photos of that big massive mess on the floor you had going on there.
Yeah. It was a lot of cable pulling. It was like 3 days, 10-hour days just pulling cables and then wrapping them up all nice and neat so we can ship it back to the United States and then fix it and ship it back to Germany.
That's ridiculous, man. Wow. They're in bed with big shipping.
Right?
Are you making canning lines? Like beer canning lines?
You don't shake up beer, man.
No, you shake the cans before they get to the canning table so that they get straightened out.
Well, I'm sure it could be anything. It could be marble factories. They got to shake the marbles so that they classify
Who the fuck's making
themselves.
marbles these days?
Lots of people, man.
No,
Big.
our main
Bonk down the
customers. Most of our customers are military complex or aeronautics, pharmaceutical
bullets.
companies, shipping companies,
Pills.
Atlantic packaging for like Coca-Cola, and
See cans. See, I'm not off base.
No, you're out to lunch.
I'm talking a bits in this, Paul.
No, and I was. I still think you're
I'm having a
nuts.
side
Fuck it,
conversation.
never mind. I still think you're nuts. I was just kind of sitting there when you said I'd built, industrial shakers. It's like I was just trying to think of how the ad would go for that. Do you have something that you need shaken? And then you'd have
Almond trees, man.
then you'd have somebody stand there. I'd love it if somebody could shake this margarita for me. And, no. Do you need large scale shaking?
Actually, margarita's a good idea.
Right, giant margarita shaker.
Yeah, I was thinking almonds and pistachios.
Oh.
Get a lot of that around here.
Man,
So probably the coolest one that I've been to so far is for NASA, because the equipment that they tested the James Webb on that's ours. So they tested that for orbit, like the launch. They had to simulate launch conditions with vibrations and acoustics to make sure that all of the components will make it up there. And
That's cool.
so yeah, that's all on our equipment.
That's super
That's
cool.
pretty sweet. Yeah,
I don't know where we go from
I'll
that.
have to
Right,
hit
that
your
was
DMs.
pretty cool.
I'll have to hit your DMs because I'm sure you have some equipment in my area. So if you're ever in my town, definitely stop by.
Where is that?
I'll hit you in the DMs.
Okay.
California desert.
California desert, yeah.
90210
We have
desert.
a lot of almonds, pistachios, and lots of things that use shaker tables, and we have Coke and chip factories, and yeah.
I think, Willie, I think you should get a shaker table in your backyard, man. Maybe we need to do a collaboration while we're painting that back wall.
What am I gonna shake?
I don't know.
It's not gold rush anymore, dude.
I'll jump on it.
I mean, there's still
Yeah, you
gold
could
in
sell-
them hills, but
You know, all those machines outside of grocery stores are going away. You could sell rides.
Yeah, I'll
Oh,
jump
there
on the
you go.
shaker.
That
I think that being on a shaker table would go from being pleasant to unpleasant, back to pleasant again. You could speed it up, slow it down.
Yeah.
You'd giggle a little bit.
Speaking of the back wall, Dehi, if you ever want to test those tagging skills, you're welcome on my back wall anytime.
You know, I might need to. So
Yeah,
I might take you up on that.
It's an open invite to all the artists that do any tagging that we've talked to.
Great place to practice. I mean, eventually it's going to happen, Willie. Like one day everybody's just going to show up at your gate and be like, "Yo."
Well, I got to get it organized in a cool time of year.
No.
Like cool weather time of year.
Yeah,
so
winter.
Like,
we're coming in January.
get people here.
January.
I have grass now, so that was like half the mission. That was a big step.
Well, who the hell wants to stand on grass when they come to the desert, Willie? Come on.
Oh, I got plenty of desert past the grass.
Okay.
But now I have grass.
I don't want to come there and be like, dude, I wanted the authentic desert experience. If I wanted grass, I could stay home. I want to see a tumbleweed. I expect you to have your kids throwing tumbleweeds across the...
Oh, there are tumbleweeds back there, actually. There's for sure tumbleweeds back there.
Dude. Well, that's it. I'm lighting a joint.
Oh, I thought we were going to call it.
Yeah.
Let Dehi go to bed.
I think that's a very, very, very noble offer. Unless...
You know, and my phone's about to die. The space is outlasting the phone.
I've only had that happen twice. That was scary because then I was like, how much was I on this phone today for this to be happening now?
Oh, and it's crazy on these because I can't charge my phone and have my headphones plugged in at the same time because it goes into the same jack. What kind of design flaw is that?
But you've got an iPhone? Do you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then does it have?
You know, the dongle company makes a dongle for that.
No, but does it have? If it has the capacitive charging, what iPhone is it? Can you just put it on a magnetic charger?
Oh, I don't have a magnetic charger.
Oh well.
I haven't even taken a selfie. Remember? I have a magnetic charger.
She's still using plug-in headphones.
3GS.
I still plug in headphones. Yes.
I mean, they sound great though. Your audio's been great. So,
oh, well, that's good.
That's honest. That's the truth, right? Like, there's the problem with a lot of this modern shit. It doesn't sound as good as the old plug-in.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is very true.
Well, it's just getting made cheaper and cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true too.
And they do still make the quality stuff, but nobody wants to pay for it. Nobody's paying for the $400, $500 pair of headphones that's still made right.
Well, I do, and I still don't sound as great as anybody else.
Oh, Willie, what are you talking about? You sound so silky smooth every time.
Well, I mean, you've got like a proper microphone in front of you. Like,
that doesn't mean nothing. I sound like this when you talk to me live.
True.
No, not really.
Yeah, that's the point. You're trying to recreate a live sit down,
which I think we've done fabulously tonight.
Yeah, I feel like we're just sitting around having some drinks and chatting.
Absolutely. And I hope someday we can do it for real. I mean, even
that'd be cool.
This is one of the Backstage Passengers, I think, is a very prime candidate for that someday. So I believe it's a small enough group of people. And from what I've seen so far, there's some like-mindedness in there somewhere. Because, I mean, hey, if we're all hanging out...
We should all present at South by Southwest and like do a panel. I don't know on what. NFTs and art, I guess. But we should like present and then like we're all there and they're like, who are you guys? We're like, we're the Backstage Passions. How do you come you don't know who we are? as
Right?
a group.
Just don't invite me. Everywhere I go, Dehi runs away from. I'm in Toronto. She's like, oh, darn, we're not over there right now.
I'm on vacation.
And then I
He's like,
went to the
"Oh,
West Coast, and then
Like, I'm in
he was in
Calgary.
Germany. Yeah.
She's like, I'm in Calgary. Bits is like, oh, I'm not now.
Yeah, that's never fucking happened.
She's like, quick, Paul went to Germany. Let's take our vacation to the West Coast now.
Well, we do have to go to Germany to go see Body World, so
Oh, well, yeah, yes, yeah. Well, there we go.
yeah. And then AIIA can hop over and come to Body Worlds with us.
Right? Send
Okay,
it.
if we're going to see Body World in Germany, I'll go see it.
Oh, well, if we,
Only-
yeah.
Only with Dehi, because I need somebody to explain shit to me.
Right.
I can explain it to you, guaranteed.
It's like you were saying earlier, really, having the murderer there explaining how the murder happened is. No, wait, that's
no,
not
I
it. That's
said,
not
I
it.
said bank robber.
Sorry.
Bank robber. Murder's a whole different story.
Yes. Oh my
I'm not
god.
Hannibal.
No, you do it the opposite way.
No.
You put everything back together.
That's all right.
Oh gosh, I love this. We went south and you're still here. You didn't hang up on us. We're good. Yeah, man. I think this is a good natural place to end her, unless Dehi wants to stay for another 45 minutes and we can make it. We could do it. No, the phone won't last.
It won't last.
No. I'm going to cue us up a final song. I guess this would be the point where normally we would say who we have coming up next week, but we don't have anybody coming next week. But we would definitely give thanks to you for coming and spending these hours with us
Hit our
tonight.
DMs if you got a free 4 hours next week and you do some art on Tezos.
Yeah, come on.
Do you guys need
Doesn't have to be on
somebody?
Tesla.
I can find you somebody for next week.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Sure. I mean,
All right,
we
I'll
have
find somebody.
we have feelers out there. It's just we don't have answers. So, yeah, absolutely,
Maybe
man.
Daniel Jerome if we can get him to answer text messages. Or
Oh,
DMs.
I'll bug him.
I'll bug him too.
You'll bug him too?
We're in a room with him, so we'll get him.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get him in the DSP.
You hoity-toity folk.
It's really just
Hoity-toity.
text Dehi and I, really. So once he's in the
all I've been
DSP, that
trying to
room
do for the
becomes.
that's all I've been trying to do since I got into NFTs is just find the group to get into. Been doing this, we've been doing this space for over a year now, just trying to find the people to talk to get us into those inside groups.
The trick is to make it yourself.
Well, that's what I
we
was.
did.
That's what I was kind of gonna say.
Yeah. Shit. We
But-
do have a Discord. Nobody's invited though.
We did.
Oh, Discord's harder, man. Getting people to come over from Twitter to Discord is like, that's next level shill.
I think we have the connections, Willie. It's just that we just got to ask folks. Like they're around. We don't need to have no special chats, man. But I don't know. That's Willie.
No, I like this idea of we make our own chat. That way, like we are the curators of the group.
But what if we're that
And it's
chat?
like, we're the exclusivity. You got to get in our group.
But what if there were that one where the people are like, "Fuck, I don't want another chat."
Yeah, true, right? That's how I feel. Actually, it's exactly how I feel if we did that.
Right?
It's like, I don't want to be in another chat.
Cool. I like what we got going on. We're good. We're there. We're on the outskirts. We're just on the fringe. We're closer to being exclusive than not.
Yeah, I get that.
All right.
I get that.
All right. We'll close on that. Cool.
I get what you're getting at there.
Well, Dehi.
Well, Dehi, before Bits gives us a full formal sign out, it's been a lot of fun. I really appreciate you hanging this whole time and know some more about your art. And I can't wait to just see what else is coming through and where you go from here. So.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast. This space is a lot of fun. And if I stayed up past my bedtime, it must have been fun. Because usually I'm like at 8:30, I'm like, okay, time to get ready for bed. So
Well, we really appreciate it.
yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thanks, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Yeah, 100%. And we take great pride in making people stay up past their bedtimes, and and it's not forced. Like you could have you were just so everybody knows, our guests are always at free will to leave whenever they want.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Wait, what?
yeah, shit, Paul's still here. Um, yeah, but thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone who has come in to join us tonight to listen. The new friends that we've met. And we know that everybody's time is really valuable in the real world. And so any time that anybody gives to us to either speak with us or to listen to us really means the world to us. And we mean that from the bottom of our hearts. But, you know, this is the time when the train comes into the station and we slow down and everybody safely goes home. Next week, we don't have a guest lined up quite yet, but I'm sure we will. And regardless, just like we have been for over a year now, we will be here next Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern on the night train. So come by and join us. You can always check us out on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe if you do so. Give us a follow here on Twitter if you're not following us already. And look around the room. There's some amazing people in here tonight. Give them all a follow as well, and you'll probably find something that you really, really like. On behalf of myself and One Wheel Willie and everybody else that makes this all happen, thank you very much for being here. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other, and we'll see you next time.
Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of my pics in Polaroid. Pushing all the start. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. I don't defeat, they need me. You on my way like BB. All different, no repeats like see me. I'm a machine like C3. I put the O in the GD. I send them up like TPs. Make street sweep to the street clean like money gang. All she T. Pro bike whipping the CCs. Thermal miss, I can heat seat like no sauce. Y'all eat clean. All stand with the stand seats. Pull my nose how my mans be. High up when it come to hands. I can land each on the hat cheek. Cause I am cheap. Blow key. I know, send them low key. Fast like take it slowly like OGs. Roll through, we can roll weak. Too many people think they know me. How many people think they owe me? Came from 7, make it flow free. Came from dirt, house so clean. Dribble dunk and make out no reach. I don't ever let no hoe sleep. Clap them down, talk with both cheeks. Prayer time down to both knees. Watch those shit, I can OD. I'm on rap, working OT. Talk 5, make it smoke breathe. Like all them colors, like my whole deep. I've been lost side a whole deep. Stole my heart, so she a whole deep. Secrets lost for ones you don't need. I can lie, so I won't speak. Won't speak. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of my pics in Polaroid. Pushing all the start. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of my pics in Polaroid. Pushing all the start. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. I don't store hits, I just make another. Crash test, greatest dummies. World mint, how we making money. Buying things won't make you love them. Really smile, had a fake couple. 100 bundles on weight discussion. A lot of drummers on fake cushions. Belly hungry, had to take a rumble. Watch a step, might take a tumble. Highlight them when we make it thunder. My rain make hell crumble. High pressure, what he fail on it. Out of strain, but the mail coming. Tail chase, so we bail running. Big favors, out of save dozens. Like shake a leg, gon' break a leg. Your parents need safe sex. How calm it always take regrets. How calm God take the best. Lord knows what I'm taking heads while I lay in bed. See your pain, can't say it in. Pushing 90, make the motor red. Crimson liquor make the cola red like polo heads. Polo heads. Yeah. Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of my pics in Polaroid. Pushing all the start. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of my pics in Polaroid. Pushing all the start. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. Pushing all the start. Yeah. A lot of them models want autographs. A lot of them haters want Audemars. A lot of